Harper, slow motion, diving over into the end zone. Yo, what is up, everybody? It is Wednesday night, just 5 minutes after 7 o'clock here on the Pacific Coast. Nick Sisson of N2 Media, joined as always, almost as always, by Tyson McCallum, Pacific Northwest Recruit Radar, except I flipped that. It's actually Recruit Radar PNW. And then we are joined by our special guest co-host, Matthew King of your ESN, the Eli Sports Network. A couple of live streaming legends here tonight with you on the Pigskin Profits episode 9. Boys, what is happening?
It's been a minute. I feel like, it took a lot of checking in this weekend. And as you know, had a busy schedule over here. And I'm stoked to the time I missed, Matt was the fill-in, and I'm stoked to join with him tonight.
Yeah, I'm excited that Tyson and I are finally on the same show together. I'm excited. I can't wait to talk some high school football with you guys. It's been a wild month, but here we are, just 2 weeks left.
Man, if you want to break it down in like how long it's been wild, geez, like 5 days now. Like there's been some crazy results. There's a couple of games that were off the beaten path, as Tyson likes to say, last week, in terms of we didn't pick them, but man, it was really weird on some of the results that we saw, specifically in 1A. I was pretty surprised on a couple of games off the top of my head, and we'll get into that here in just a little bit. But again, Nick Sisson here, Tyson McCallum there, Matthew King down there, and the first thing I want to say is right here, it's on the screen. This is what they call propping the top in basketball, everybody. And see, I love how Matt turns his head to the side there. That's strategic, Matt. That's big time. Strategy 101, showing off the Cougar emblem. It's going to make our boy Michael Bumpus proud tonight. We're going to be joined by WSU Cougar legend Michael Bumpus. As Jake Mo says in the comment section, go Cougs. There's at least one fan out there, Matt. That's
almost awesome, a birthday twin, Bumpus and I, a day apart. Birthdays a day apart, so close.
I like
right
it.
On.
We're expecting, we'll say, Coach Bumpus of Roosevelt High School tonight, roughly around the 7:30 point. We're bringing him in not just because he's a former Cougar, not because he's a former Seahawk, not because he's a radio show host on 710 ESPN Seattle. Those are all really, really good boxes to check, though. It's because he is the offensive coordinator of a very good Roosevelt High School team in the Metro League South Division. And they're right in contention, undefeated in league play. This is a week ahead of the crossover round coming up next week, and they've got a game coming up against Chief Self this week. So we're going to visit a little bit with Coach Bumpus and find out a little bit more about Roosevelt, the team that he coaches. And, of course, we'll ask him a few questions about this, that, and the other. But, man, Tyson, anything specifically on your mind heading into this upcoming Week 8?
I think you got a lot of important games that are kind of like mid-tier in a lot of conferences that could help round out, say, the third and fourth place, second place spots. There's not a lot of high-profile games in terms of, top 10 versus top 10. We do have a couple, specifically in 4A. But overall, I think, you got a lot of matchups where teams are right at 500, right under 500, and this week is really big for them as far as giving them a postseason chance, and it's kind of do or die point at this point in the season.
I love that insight because I wholeheartedly agreed when we kind of put pen to paper to look at the 20 games that we're going to pick this week. Almost every single one of them has some kind of an implication, whether it's winning a league or whether it's getting a coveted position in the seeds with just 1 week to play after this Friday and Saturday. Matt, what about you, buddy? What are you looking forward to coming up this weekend?
I'm looking forward to, I think we're at that point of the season where we're seeing the best of each team. All those kind of kinks are out of the way. There's no more excuses. This is the top tier of each team's play. So I really enjoy seeing the very, very best from not just the best teams, the best from each and every team. This is where upsets happen. I mean, these last 2 weeks, expect the unexpected. There's going to be a lot of chaos because everyone is playing at the top of their game at this point.
Yeah, to play off of both of those answers, I would just piggyback to say, league champions, of course, excite me because they're usually the teams that are going to take that next step beyond the first round of the playoffs. But guys, we've seen crazier stuff over the last couple of seasons. One seeds are not guaranteed to make it into the state tournament, and if you look at the example that we went off of last year with Linden Christian, Nooksack Valley, Mount Baker comes into it this very time last year and just throws a complete wrench into the equation. All of a sudden, you've got yourself a Kansas City tiebreaker to where anything is possible. Any team can get in. So I really look at these 3 seeds, these 4 seeds, these matchups coming into this week that's ultimately going to determine whether they make it or whether they don't. And what's most exciting about that is that these are usually teams that can come in with upset-minded expectations of their own to really screw things up for teams that have worked so hard to have really good resumes up to this point. So that's what's really kind of got me going this week. We're looking at some of these games, and I have a couple circled that I'm just like, man, this could just cause a lot of chaos for some teams above them, and I'm really interested to see how things shake out. Let's get into last week real quick. Matt, I know you weren't with us in terms of picking the game, but your boy, again, wearing the purple and gold here, actually took home last week's lead horse spot, 16-4 overall. Tyson, what do you got to say for yourself at 13-7?
Hey, last couple of weeks I've been giving you a chance to make it interesting. It's like when I go to the horse track, I don't bet the 3-2 favorite. I like those 4-1 shots, and it didn't pay off this week. But I still got a 1-game lead, and I could always eat chalk too.
Matt, the one week that you were with us, you were 11-9 that week. So Matt comes in here technically with a winning record overall, which hey, it's the first time picking 20 games. It's a lot of work, I will say that the chalk tastes really good, Tyson. You should try some every once in a while. Tyson does have a 1-game lead on me overall in the standings. What are the overall standings, by the way? I know Devin's still within striking range. He's with 2 weeks to play. Anything can happen. Oh,
totally. So the standings as of right now through week 7 are: I am at 94-46, you're at 93-47, and Devin's at 86-54. And then, like you said, Matt, we've got he's going to have to, by the time the end of the year's over, we'll just weigh his winning percentage.
Sure.
Obviously, he can't pick as many games, so you're still in it, Matt.
Look, I'm guaranteeing 15 wins this week and 15 next week. I guarantee it.
That's a good winning percentage. That's a 750 winning percentage, right?
Yeah, got to take care of myself first. Can't worry about the competition. Got to fix my game.
Well, right now, Matt's on pace for the Mariners mindset. Win 54% of the time. Right. And, eventually you'll win a championship.
Apparently that's how it works.
So, hey, real quick, before we get Coach Bumpus on the show here in a little bit, roughly 15 minutes or so, I would say, unless he comes in early, which is totally fine. I just wanted to kind of circle back on some games that we did last week, in case everybody is wondering at home, which I know you're not. The 4 games that I missed on last week was Skyview and Camas. Obviously, a lot of us got that game wrong. I had Skyview winning that one. Guys, real quick, Skyview is 0-13 lifetime against Camas. They have not won a single game, and everybody thought if there was a year, it was going to be this one. After their hearts were broken last season, and it's just not true. Camas continues to own that, quote, rivalry, but I don't call that a rivalry. Someone's got to win in order for it to be a rival, So what are your guys' thoughts on the Skyview Camas game? By the way, 21-9, and by the way, it wasn't even that close. It was 21-3 pretty much the entire fourth quarter. So
one thing I have to say is we got to take Camus's defense as the real deal. I mean, they hold Yelm to a touchdown to start the year. And in terms of speaking on a rivalry, it kind of feels like the Huskies and Ducks, from mid-2000s to Chris Peterson at this point. What was it, 11-12 we lost in a row? Pretty similar.
Yeah, Matt, want to jump in there?
Yeah, I think you nailed it. I was most impressed with Camus's defense. That Skyview offense is insane. They have so many weapons that they can attack you with, and they brought virtually everyone back from last year's team that just ran into a buzzsaw in GK. So I think you nailed it, Tyson. That Camus defense is really what blew me away in that one.
Yeah, defense has been the key for Skyview as well all year. Before this week, they hadn't allowed an opponent to score more than 7 all season long. Now, 21 points may not look like a lot, but against a team that's only given up about a touchdown per game, that's enough to put a lot of pressure on Skyview's offense to come through. And, I think that the biggest factor for this year is that Camus was really battle tested with their schedule. Not to say Skyview wasn't. I mean, Skyview taking on Bothell, taking on Jesuit, but Camus taking on a defending 3A state champion from a year ago in Yelm. I think it really set the stage, like Tyson was kind of alluding to earlier, when you're only giving up a touchdown to a team like Yelm, who I think that they were still kind of getting used to this year's version of the Tornadoes, and I think that they are more at full speed right now at this point in the season. Getting them early was huge, but it was also huge for another reason, to really kind of build their confidence. They knew right away from game one that they were going to be able to compete with anybody based on how that game went. And you arguably could have said that Camus should have won that game and had a chance to late, obviously with a field goal that was blocked. And they also on that, the preceding down and distance, that looked like they got in on a run up the middle, but they were ruled short. Anyway, point is that, Camus's defense was better in this big game, like you guys said, than Skyview. And when you've got Gavin Packer, a wide receiver who's getting, big time looks from Skyview, quarterback Kennedy as well, they've got guys that can do some really good things on offense, and they were kind of just put into Trey Jacobs, put into a bubble, so to speak.
Yeah, just to hop in, I got the stats from Skyview in that game. Really, the most thing you can take away from it is that Camus is tough against the run. 22 carries for Skyview for only 88 yards in that game, 4 yards a carry. Granted, that's not terrible, but, in high school football, you see teams go for over 100 a lot. And then Kennedy was 10 of 11 for 140 yards with a touchdown and a pick. 103 of those 140 yards all went to Packer on 4 catches. But overall, it's just like Camus virtually shut them down in both phases on offense.
Yeah, I think that, ultimately, if you're going to get defensive efforts the way that Camus put together, they're probably going to end up winning the Greater St. Helens League 4A, because, they've got a game coming up in a couple of weeks against Battleground, or maybe it's this week. I can't remember. I have it written down.
A couple of weeks, because it's
2 weeks.
Battleground this week.
Exactly. But Skyview has a chance to still play their way back into a 3-way tie, because Battleground's undefeated at 7-0, and you really don't know, what's going to happen in that game. The Tigers have taken on some teams that are good. They took on Mount Tahoma, they took on Lakes, they won both of those games. I ultimately feel that Skyview and Camus have put themselves into a better position in terms of who they've played to get themselves ready for Battleground, but anything goes. And, Skyview's not completely out of it yet. They still could end up in a 3-way tie for first, depending on how things go. They just got to take care of business. First step in doing so is to beat Battleground this upcoming week. So still a lot to be decided in the Greater St. Helens League 4A. Right down the list of the next game, Woodinville at Bothell. This was another one that I got incorrect in a bad way here. I mean, Bothell 38-20, gets beat by Woodinville. And, honestly, the Kinko 4A has been really tough to figure out to this point. I mean, Eastlake going on the road and getting a win last week against Mount Si on the very last play on a field goal to win it by 2, trailing going into the kick. You talk about a big kick pressure situation there on the road. Snoqualmie, a very tough place to play. It's hard to figure out what's going on in that Kinko 4A, but as of right now, Eastlake with a foot in the lead, but Bothell has a chance to erase this quickly, Tyson. We'll talk about the game a little bit later, but they're going to take on Eastlake this week, and in the standings, they may have 2 losses overall, but only one of those is in league. I don't know what Bothell needs to do to flush this one down the toilet, but I think Woodinville really showed that they are going to be a contender regardless of where they finish in the league standings in terms of once you're in the round of 16.
Yeah, that league's really 4 or 5 deep or so. I mean, you look at a team like Eastlake, they survived and beat Mount Si. And then you've got Mount Si loses to Woodinville. Woodinville beats Bothell. I think Bothell beat Mount Si. So it's kind of a crapshoot. And in Tier 1 is Eastlake at this point. But like you said, in a game this week, all of a sudden Bothell wins that game, and you've got, I don't know how it would shake out totally, but Bothell would be 4-1 in league. Eastlake would be 4-1 in league. Bothell would have the head-to-head tiebreaker. Jumping back to Greater St. Helens League, I think both of these leagues deserve more credit because we gave all the attention to SPSL to start the year, and both of these leagues are dang near just as competitive.
Yeah, Woodinville, I mean, we can't really be surprised when they win big games. It feels like we're talking about them once a year winning a game. No one expected them to win. I mean, you just go back to last year in the playoffs. I mean, this league is all about iron sharpens iron is how I look at it. There's not an easy out. I mean, you look up and down, even North Creek towards the bottom. Skyline, I mean, it is just so much talent in that 4A King. So those teams benefit from playing one another as the season wears on. Yeah, they get some bumps and bruises along the way. I think the teams that come out of this league are always teams that, say, the top tier teams, a Lake Stevens, Graham Kapowsin, they're not going to necessarily want to play these middle tier teams from the 4A Kinko. So it's a gauntlet. That is for sure.
Yeah. I mean, Tyson and I were talking a little bit before we went live. I mean, if you're in the 4A bracket and you're looking at the 1, the 2 seed, and then you're looking at a 15 or a 16, and you see, a team like Kamaikan, a team like even Battleground, a Skyview, if they happen to fall to that point, and then anybody from Kinko 4A, if Bothell's down there, if Woodinville's down there, no, thank you. It's like, just why did I work so hard this year to get to this point so I can play a team that's this tough? I mean, you almost have to hope for, one of those fringe, middle tier teams to pull off an upset to get to that point, to make your life a little bit easier. But winning the 4A, tournament this year is going to take 4 very, very tough wins, in my estimation, no matter where you come from, what position you're at.
Yeah, I mean, just, I think to start the year, I said I think 1A is the deepest, 1 through 16 when it gets to quarterfinal rounds. But looking at 4A, I mean, anybody I think it's 1 through 18 is really who it's up to at this point. But anybody that gets 16, I think, is a threat to beat that 1 seed, whether it be a Graham Kapowsin or Lake Stevens or, maybe the committee likes a Camus or somebody more.
Yeah, I've been on the GK train all the way back since last season. I saw him beat Emerald Ridge. This team is super talented, but yeah, there's going to be a lot of upsets. They're going to catch us by surprise at the 4A bracket. Just going to throw it out there to everyone right now. Do not be surprised. There's going to be some craziness. Don't go out there and be like, who saw this come? There's something that's going to happen that we're all going to be left scratching our heads about. So just expect the unexpected when it comes to the 4A bracket.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and piggyback on that right there, Matt. I mean, the next game that I did not get correct, and I don't know where Tyson fell on this equation, but Eastmont at Skyline, I thought this was actually the first game on Eastmont's schedule that would show us who they are and what they're all about. And boy, did they ever. I mean, Skyline is not a bad team by any stretch of the imagination, and they go into their building on the road from the Big 9 conference, and they 21-3. The defense travels over the Cascades and does a great job in bottling up the Spartans, a team that is still in, right in striking range there in the Kinko. I believe they're in 4th place currently. But, I think that when we were talking a little bit ago, Tyson, is that Eastmont game coming up against Moses Lake right there, regardless of who wins or loses that game, both of those teams look like they're going to be a real problem for whoever they play. And not anybody really knows a whole lot about either of those teams. You know a lot about Moses Lake. I'm kind of in the dark on Eastmont, but it looks like that
Gunnar Peterson, baby.
Yeah, it looks like based on how, they performed in this game defensively, holding the home team to 3 points, that you got to take them very seriously at this point. And you also wonder how the committee is going to view a team like Eastmont or Moses Lake. The RPI loves Moses Lake, by the way, which they probably should. So
I think the two things you need to know is Gunnar Peterson at Eastmont's going to run for 170 plus almost every game, and Brady J at Moses Lake is going to throw for over 300 yards a game. And that's pretty much been theme the entire season so far. We'll get to player performances later, but Gunnar Peterson's the reason they won that game against Skyline on the road. They always say defense travels, but usually a good running game does too.
Yeah, and when you're getting into that cold weather, a good running game, it could be the difference maker when it comes down to it. When you have a guy who can go out there and protect the football, especially that cold weather, he's going to run right at you. He's going to run through you. It's going to start wearing down this defensive line. So in the cold, when we get into November, that's when those running backs take over even more. So when you're putting up numbers in September and October, yeah, it's impressive. But those numbers, man, come November and December when they even rise a little bit more, that's when you see who the real guys are. And they've got one for sure at Eastmont.
Yeah, it's going to be real interesting to see how everything shakes out. And I'm always interested in a team that can run the football this time of year, Matt. I mean, weather plays such a huge factor in the state of Washington when it comes to outdoor games and such. And, there's nothing comfortable. It's all about who wins in the trenches, who has the horses that can carry them. I always like teams with multiple running backs too, not just one star lead back. I think back at teams like Linden, Tumwater, Ferndale, the Bellevue, teams that have multiple 100-yard rushers. I think that they're the most effective. I know that Tyson values diversity on offense, which is great. I do. I mean, hey, a 50% success rate here, 50% success rate there, I get it. But ultimately, I like teams that can just pound the ball and move it right down your throat and don't need to do anything fancy. Guys, we're going to transition real quick because in our lobby awaiting being joined in is our special guest of the night. And let's just go ahead and bring him in here real quick. We are joined tonight by offensive coordinator of Roosevelt High School and Washington State University wide receiver legend, Michael Bumpus. Coach Bumpus, thank you so much for joining us tonight. I am Nick, and then that is Tyson, and below you is Matt. We are the Pigskin Prophets. Thanks for taking time to join us tonight.
What's up, fellas, man? Thanks for having me.
Hey, absolutely. It's an honor, pleasure. Thank you. I'm sure you're a really busy guy, hosting a radio show on 710 ESPN Seattle, Bumpin' Stacy, and then obviously you're coaching as well for Roosevelt High School. I don't imagine that you have much free time.
Oh man, with 3 kids and a wife too, it gets hectic over here. But love talking some football, man. Always down for that.
So the team that you coach, Roosevelt, you guys have had a pretty good start so far this year, 5-0, and I think that there's a big cloud of unknown when it comes to Roosevelt this season, especially playing in the second division, we'll say, in the Metro League. The notoriety usually goes to the teams with O'Day and Eastside Catholic and Garfield. But what could you tell us a little bit about Roosevelt this year and the version of this year's team that you guys have?
We're 5-1. We lost our first game to my old school, Monroe, actually. It was like 28 to 34 or something like that. But no, man, honestly, I didn't know what I was getting into. I had a buddy hit me up and was like, look, I'm coaching at Roosevelt, and I want you to come over and help out. Really didn't know much about Roosevelt. I had seen them a couple times on the 707 circuit, doing high school stuff. Knew where it was. It really just worked. It was convenient. It's like 10 minutes away from the radio station where I work. So I hit up the wife. I go, all right, you ready for me to dive back into high school football or what? And she gave me the blessing, and I went out there and saw what we had and didn't really know what the second league looked like in Metro. I coached at Eastside for a year, so I knew what it looked like in the better division. But I went out there and I knew we would be able to compete. I just wasn't sure what the competition looked like and how much we were going to be able to grow. But we took the L that first game, just trying to figure each other out. And then after that, man, personnel. We got some ballers over there, man. They make me look good sometimes, even when I call the wrong play.
In terms of where you guys are at in your expectations going into this season, would you say that the team's performance has exceeded those expectations, is meeting them, or still work to be done?
Oh, well, our head coach, when he offered me the job, he says he wants to win the state title. I've been coaching in the state a long time. I know how hard that is. I go, well, let's just focus on game one and see where we go from there. And once I saw what we had, I knew we had a chance to win our league. And as our quarterback started to develop a bit more, as our receivers got to develop, our O-line got a bit better, our expectations changed a little bit. It's like, all right, well, now let's win our league, because I think that's a real possibility. And now it's just getting to the playoffs and try to be as healthy as possible and see what happens, man. Because, you got your big dogs, man. You got your O'Days, your Eastsides, your Yelms, your Kenwicks. So I know what's out there, but it's all about just getting in. If you get in, you're healthy, you play some disciplined ball, and you're in the game in the fourth quarter, that's all you want. So now we've secured the league. We're getting ready. We got one more game this Friday against Chief Self, and then we'll get in. So I'm excited, man. Our goal is just to win the next game. And, that's what, as cliche as it sounds, I know it's not like a spicy hot take or anything like that, but man, I've coached a long time, and I notice how hard it is to win any football game. So I never take anything for granted.
Hey, Coach.
Tyson, go ahead and jump in there, buddy.
Yeah, Coach, just appreciate you coming on. I mean, it is, like Nick said, it's an honor and a blessing to have you here. You kind of touched on your quarterback a little, but, being the offensive coordinator, I'm just interested how your play calling has maybe blossomed into more with a kid like Dalton and is it K.O. Patu, wide receiver? Yeah. I mean, I imagine those are probably building some and creating some heaps, as you would like to say.
That's funny, that. Hella extremely explosive plays. I'm all about them, man. When you have a QB, Dalton I've coached a lot of quarterbacks. He has the strongest arm I've ever coached. I mean, it's sometimes he's the type of player that you allow to take more risk than you normally would, because you know that he's capable of making those throws. And with Patu, man, he's just a baller. I mean, you just throw it up there, he's going to be able to get it. And it's been fun to watch these guys kind of sharpen up what I asked of them. I know when I first started coaching them, they were probably like, man, Coach Bumpus tripping, this, that, and the third. I'm like, listen, if you just do what I asked you to do, you guys are going to put up a lot of numbers. So they've allowed me to open up the playbook as well, because my previous years I've been a really run heavy guy, lots of quick game, put together these long sustainable drives. But with those two, and then you throw in Zaire as well, they have really forced me to be more aggressive and allow them to take a few more chances than I normally would. Kind of nerve-wracking at first, but they've gained my trust, and it's really fun to call plays with those guys, man.
I just got put on to Dalton a couple weeks ago, and I've watched a lot of film of a lot of different players, especially at quarterback in all classifications. And for a guy that hasn't received a lot of hype, he was making throws that, frankly, I haven't seen many other guys make in this state. He's 6'2", 190, 200, close to somewhere in that ballpark. From a recruiting standpoint, do you know is he getting any looks so far, or I know he's kind of bursting onto the scene as Roosevelt is in general.
Yeah, he's starting to, man. It's about time too. Some Big Sky schools, and I think that's typically where it starts for a kid like him, especially when you're in a state where there's D1 players all across the board. I tell my boys back in Cali, I go, in Cali you got more players, but per capita, there's some dudes out here. So yeah, he's starting to get it, man. It was almost like people didn't want to believe it because of Roosevelt and how they've been the past few years, and the competition that we're playing some weeks isn't the greatest. But I think most people have the reaction you have. Once you turn on the film, it's like, I don't care who you're playing. I mean, we're throwing this ball 65 yards down the sideline in the bucket. You do that at your turkey bowl with your family, and people are going to recognize, and that's why I encourage people, just put on the film. Still a lot to work on with that kid, he's always getting better. He's working his butt off, but like one of the strongest arms I've seen, the off-platform throws. That's one thing too I had to get used to, because I'm like fundamentals, man. Keep your feet under you and all this. But as the game evolves, That's kind of like basketball. Everybody's shooting a three now. You know, when I was coming up, one guy on your team shot the three, and everyone else ran the offense. So I look at the quarterback play now, is these kids are just way more athletic, and they're exposed to a lot more than when I was coming up, to where you got to allow them to be their creative selves sometimes. So, and Dalton can do that. He's good enough to be creative. He takes care of the football for the most part. I believe the first week he made a horrible decision. I jumped on him a bit, and he realized that the more careful he is with the football, the more risk I will allow him to take, if that makes any sense. So it's been fun, man. He's a good kid. He works his butt off.
Hey, Coach, as we roll into these playoff months, the colder months, my head football coach, Bob Woolen, always preached how this is where those big guys up front start to really take over. They start to get the spotlight. Can you talk about your offensive line a little bit, how those guys have grown, got more comfortable to a little bit of a more explosive offense, maybe where they lie in the weeds a little bit? Yeah,
they've probably had the biggest improvement on our team. And as you guys know, it's all about the big boys, man. Without the bigs, it's 7-on-7. And I tell cats, I'm like, 7-on-7 ain't real. Like, you can work.
Shoot. He cut out for you guys too?
Yeah, it says B though. No. Yeah, we'll see if Coach Bump gets back in there. Man, that was a good question too. I'm sure he'll get right back into it. He's like a clock. There he is.
There he is.
All right, Coach. Got your audio. His internet's completely out.
Yeah, his internet's cutting in and out a little bit. We got the video, but the X on the connection.
Yeah. Coach, you might have to exit out and just re-click the link to join back in if you can hear what we're saying. I don't know. Perfect. Gotcha. The thumbs up. Technical difficulties with technology, it happens. That's for sure. But, yeah. Matt.
Our platform probably isn't quite up to the same par as 710.
Yes. This really threw a wrench into everything. So,
hey, it's all good. Improvise, right?
I didn't get a chance to mention you Yahoos repping the purple and black and gold. And
it's just me. Yet. It's just me. Coach, you got us again?
Yeah, you got me?
Yeah. Sorry about that. Apparently Verizon took a dump.
No, that's my fault. Somebody tried to FaceTime me, and I exited and it jacked everything all up.
Oh, man, that's okay.
Yeah. But the big boys, man, they've had the most improvement. It's all about the bigs, man. And we've asked them to do a lot. We probably threw too much at them to start. But, I got good coaches, man. I got Sam Adams over there helping me out with that offensive line. And he's a defensive guy, but he knows that O-line stuff too, man. And just technique and believing in what we're saying and knowing that if they give their quarterback time, man, some big plays are going to happen. So it's been fun watching them grow. And man, it's we're nothing without them, O-line and D-line. And I think that's the main thing. I tell guys all the time, I can make an average high school receiver an all-league type of dude, but we ain't doing none of that without the big boys. You need size and you need that mental game if you want to be in the trenches.
And you've been around, you played for some really, really great coaches. How much have you picked from the coaches you've played for and maybe even the other coaches that you've coached with in creating your own style for this team?
Yeah, that's a good question because people always ask me, they're like, all right, what kind of offense do you run? I go, it's all contingent on my personnel, what the defense wants to give me. I don't just say we just run a spread or, we run some 12 personnel, some 22. It's just whatever anyone gives me. And honestly, I'm constantly learning. My very first coaching job was in 2010 or 11. And it was with a Jeff Chandler at Redmond High School, and Redmond was still pretty good. We had Michael Conforto, who plays in the majors right now, was our quarterback, and I had Manu Tuasosopo on that staff. Then I go to Snohomish with Kai Smalley, who played over at Oregon. And then I make the jump over to Monroe's head coach. And that's what football is, man. I mean, us coaches, once you stop learning, man, you're dying in this sport. And I learn from scouting other teams. I tell my kids all the time, I go, if there's a play that's successful against the team that we're playing against, when we're watching it on film, please believe we're going to run it. Ain't no shame in that. I will run it. I'll manipulate it the way that I want to manipulate it. But if it works, it works. So yeah, I'm constantly learning. I go to clinics all the time, man. I'm on YouTube like everybody else, you know, trying to figure out what's next and how to make the most out of your talent. But that's what it's about, man. Football, you put that pride away. You say, man, if it works for you, I'm going to make it work for me.
Coach, just to piggyback on that answer there, you say it'll go anywhere for play calls. Tell the truth. Have you ever gone on like NCAA 14 or like Madden 23, 24 and pick the pocket of some playbooks that you might see at the pro or college level?
I do it all the time. My boys play Madden and all that stuff, and I'll see a play. I go, that might work. Let me try it in practice. And, you know, sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. But, yeah, man, you have to, you know, and then you just try stuff too, man, and can't be afraid to try stuff. And it doesn't mean it's gonna hit every single time, but there's a play that might not work this week against this defense that'll work next week. Or I'll run a play like today. We're running a screenplay. It just wasn't working. Tweaked a couple of things. Right now it's working. So yeah, man, it's there's so much information out there for you as a coach. Like if you're not taking advantage of those situations, you're really not helping your kids out.
And Coach, you found a lot of success at, you know, the high school level, the college level, played professionally. You know, does that translate pretty easily to the guys in terms of how you teach them and what they know about you as a person and as a player? You know, being that you've had experience at all levels, do you coach the high school kids differently, say how you were coached as a college player or how you were coached as a professional?
There's some similarities, but there's some differences too, man. The athlete is different now than it was when I was in college. I mean, that was a long time ago, fellas. Shoot, my freshman year was 19 years ago, you know. So they coached us a bit different. You were allowed to to be a bit more aggressive and in your face, and that's just the way that we were used to being coached. Today's athlete is a bit different. You can still get at them a little bit and demand a lot of them, but their focus is different. What stimulates them is different, and how you get them to respond is different. But there's definitely stuff I learned, man. There's stuff that Coach Levin Solar at Washington State that he taught me that I still use as the foundation when it comes to route running and spacing and concepts and all that stuff. And then it depends on the athlete, like how much can they retain. You know, like with Roosevelt, I probably threw too much at him to start because I was so used to I was at Monroe for 5 and Eastside for a year, and those athletes were just ahead of the game. At Monroe, they knew exactly what I wanted. At Eastside Catholic, obviously you're dealing with just a high caliber athlete who understands the game. But at Roosevelt, you know, we're trying to change the culture of what's going on. And I realized quickly that, you know, they just weren't where I thought they were going to be, which wasn't a bad thing. You know, there's still some good ball players, but you know, you got to learn your player and meet them where they're at, and not try to force them to be where you're at. I'm an old man. I've done this a long time, so I had to meet them, and which is fun too because it brings you back just to the basics of football, the fundamentals, and reteaching stuff, and trying to change the culture over there at Roosevelt, and that's been fun to watch grow.
Good stuff, Coach. Please don't say you're an old man. I think that I graduated like a year ahead of you, so please don't say that. I turned 40 in 14 moons, so I don't know.
To these kids, I'm an old man. To us, you know, we're just getting started.
No. Hey, man. The good days are still ahead, bro. That's the way it is.
Sure.
But, Tyson, get in there real quick.
Yeah, I mean, stuff you probably, you know, you talked about stuff you took away from your prior coaches and whatnot. A question I like to ask everybody is going back to when you were a player whether it was in high school or your days at WSU or, you know, time you spent with the Hawks and even now as a coach, do you have any things that you are like totally a pregame ritual habit, you know, thing for you to get you in the groove?
Yeah. I think our AD learned this about me real quick. Like, I always take a walk. I walk the whole field, and I did it as a player. I did it as a coach. I just visualize every play that's going to be made. I'm like, all right, we're going to call this. You're going to see this. And I pretty much play the game in my head before we even get out there. I used to do that as a player too. So yeah, I do that. I got my music that I listen to. You know, I pull up to the stadium, it's blasting, it's loud. I usually start off with some hip hop and then make some R&B to slow it down, and then calm myself down and get back on the field. My boys used to make fun of me because I used to listen to Mariah Carey right before our games. They were like, "Man, what you doing listening to Mariah Carey?" I'm like, "Look, I'm amped up now. I need to calm it back down and get into my zone." So it's definitely the walks, the visualization, and then, you know, you got to get that playlist going.
Sure. Hey, anything that works, right? I mean,
right.
Mariah Carey's got some old bangers from back in the day, so I don't blame you there. You know, transitioning to the media side, this is kind of it's football related. I mean, you're doing the Seahawk pre and post game show, and obviously, you guys talk about sports every single day. How long did it take you to get comfortable, like, in that role? You know, I think you were at, is it 2018? You started at 710?
Yeah. It took a minute, honestly, man. My first opportunity was in 2015 when I got the head coach job at Monroe. Como heard about it and invited me to do like halftime analysis for the Apple Cup. And I mean, I look at that film now and I shake my head. I'm like, dude, you were such a rookie in the game. And it's just like being an athlete, right? Until you understand who you are completely and what you bring to the table, you're not allowed just to be free and be yourself. So I did a few of those. And then once I got on with 710, it's just like everything else is, the more reps you get, the better you're going to get. So now, man, I just try to be as authentic as possible. You know, I try to come from a place of knowledge and a place of just being genuine. Even if people don't agree with what I'm saying, I go, well, I believe in it. It doesn't mean you have to believe it. It doesn't mean you have to agree with me, but it's about having conversations. So I'd say, man, it probably took me a couple, 2 to 3 years before I felt okay with putting myself out there, because that's the biggest thing, right? You put yourself out there, you throw your opinions out there, people are going to challenge you, and you got to be okay if you mess something up or if someone doesn't agree with you. But now I just let it fly, man. It's so much fun. I get to talk sports every day, man. Can't beat that.
Well, your show is super entertaining. I mean, as you know, I mentioned the heaps thing, just having unique stuff like that you've coined as your own. Yeah, genuine, authentic, like you said. And, you know, I feel like with any job, it takes 2 to 3 years to really get comfortable, know what you're doing. So that makes total sense. Pass the floor to Matt. I'm sure he's a former Coug himself. We could call him a Cougar legend too with his Eli Sports Network, but he's probably got some good ones lined up.
I'm not quite at the legend status yet. Maybe we'll get there one day. I always find it interesting talking to former pro athletes. I talked to Lyle Overbay just actually a couple weeks ago. Who are the guys you kind of looked up to when you were coming up, guys that you tried to model your game after? Because I always find it very interesting how it transitions from, you know, a group in like within a span of 5 years who they look up to the next group. I just find it interesting. So who were the guys you kind of wanted to model your game after? Yeah,
man. Dante Hall was a guy that I used to love watching return. Me being a returner, the human joystick was awesome. Hines Ward was a smaller but aggressive slot receiver and played outside too. That I really like and enjoy. Wes Welker. Wes Welker was probably the first guy I saw really work the slot in the way that I felt like I could work the slot, because I wasn't like the fastest to 100 yards. I had like a 40 to 60 yard burst that I can get you at. And I used to watch Wes Welker go to work and understand, like, all right, this is a guy that I can model my game after. And then Bobby Ingram, when I got to the NFL, I was only there a little bit, but I'm watching him work and things that he does, and I go, all right, man, this is he's a similar type of receiver. So loved him. And then, I mean, I guess me and Devin Hester are kind of the same age, but I used to love watching Devin Hester return. Man, any big returners, the return game is dead now in the NFL. You know, it's not like it used to be. So I used to love watching the returners. And then even my peers, man, when I was at Washington State, whenever we played SC, I'm standing up to see what the hell Reggie Bush is about to do. I'm like, he's going to do something special, man. And you realize that there's levels to this when you see guys like Reggie play in real life.
And one more back to the coaching side. We always, when I was playing high school football, would draw up just some crazy plays just to see if we could get our coach to try one of them. Does that happen to you? Do your players come up to you with anything crazy trying to talk you into it?
Not with this group. They did talk me into a double pass. We hadn't really practiced it. They're like, come on, coach is there. I can throw. And I'm like, all right, well, let's do it. This group, not so much. I think this group is kind of like, all right, we went 0-8 last year. We're just going to shut up and do whatever coach tells us to do. But on other teams, most definitely. These guys are full of ideas, which is good too, man, because that means they're engaged and they're interested in the game. And they're paying attention to defenses and what they're seeing. So I encourage it. Will I run it? Probably 1 out of 6 or 7, maybe, but I always encourage the conversation for sure.
Hey, Coach, real quick, I was doing some little research on you and saw that you caught your touchdown from Matt Hasselbeck. He's one of my favorite quarterbacks to watch growing up, and first quarterback to take Seattle to the Super Bowl. What could you say about playing with Matt Hasselbeck? He seems like quite the character, especially as an analyst as well.
Yeah, Matt was a funny dude, man. What I loved about Matt is that he didn't make anyone feel like they didn't belong. I'm an undrafted free agent at Washington State, just trying to make the squad. And he would always just come say something to me, He's actually been on our show a couple of times, so I appreciate him for that too. But Matt was a guy who knew what was going on at all times. Obviously, NFL quarterback, he's got to know what's going on at all times. And this had a way of making everybody feel included. And when I played, our team wasn't very good at all with the Seahawks, but he still made it light. And made it to where we're still coming to work, having fun, reminding us, man, we're just playing football. This is a game. Like, we're getting paid. The money's good, but we're out here just playing ball, man. So Matt was awesome. Seneca Wallace too. I mean, I probably had a more connection with Seneca because me being like a 2 and a 3, me and Seneca would be going up against the number 1 defense, trying to dice them up. And Seneca threw just a friendly football. Like Matt threw a good football, but his was like heavy. If you guys play baseball, when guys just throws a heavy ball, man. There's something about it just heavy. His ball was a bit heavy. Seneca's was nice and smooth.
There you go. Obviously, Coach, ignore the fact that I'm sporting the team that you played against in the Apple Cup here. But real quick, if you had to choose between Washington and Oregon as the team that you hate more, which one would you choose?
This is an interesting question because I'm from California originally, right? So I didn't really know about the rivalry. I just thought, it's just another game. So then once I play, I kind of got the feel for it. And I live in this area. My kids were born here. So honestly, I probably have to say Oregon. I know I'm supposed to say, oh, I hate the Huskies. I'm like, nah, I just don't like them for a week. I was at the game on Saturday, hoping that they pulled it through. But any Washington schools, I support. It can be UW, it can be Eastern, it could be anybody, Whitworth, it don't matter. Central, if you're in the state of Washington, I'll give you some love.
Hey, as a man that cruised down B Street and visited Dismore's just as much as Matt King did down there, probably yourself, I got love for the Cougars too, man. One of my favorite experiences at a college football game was watching Jason Gesser and DeVar Darling hook up early and often. And that was a dynamic combination back then. Yeah. So I got no ill will against the Cougars. I'm quite saddened that they won't be playing the Huskies as often as they should be anymore. But, yeah. Tyson, Matt, you guys got anything else you wanted to run by Coach Bump here?
Yeah, I mean, I could talk to you all day. But one we ask everybody, and it helps us settle the debate. This is an observation I've made through weeks of the show, is that we've had a few players on. And the question is your favorite sports movie or TV show, football related. The kids, they don't watch anything anymore. Nope. It's like you ask them, like, well, I've seen a couple episodes All American, and I saw this one when I was 10 years old with my dad. But then I don't know how old Matt King is down here. He might be the same way. But for Nick and I, we've got a plethora of things that pop through our head. So I think there's a generational gap there. Yeah. What would be your answer?
Man, this movie is partly the reason why I chose Washington State, because I got on campus and for some reason the buildings look like they did in this movie. was The Program. I used to love that movie growing up, man. Omar Epps had a crush on Halle Berry. You know, it was just everything. So I remember going to Wazoo and walking campus, and the leaves were orange. You know, it just felt like that movie. And I called my mom and go, man, I might want to go to Washington State, man. It was The Program was big. I used to love that movie, man. And then Unnecessary Roughness is a funny little football movie. I used to like that one too.
Absolutely.
We're gonna have to throw The Program into the top contention because we've asked it to everybody. And Coach Coop out of Highline, he had the same sentiment. Samson said the same thing. Loved The Program. The debate's always been between Nick and I between Remember the Titans and Friday Night Lights. Yeah. I'm team Friday Night Lights. He's Remember the Titans. That probably also is a generational gap thing with him being the old man over there, I guess. What was the other one I had? I mean, moving forward, you're obviously calling plays for Roosevelt. We've gone over your resume. When you're on the other side of the interview, I mean, you're usually the interviewer rather than the interviewee. Of this guys you do on the Seahawks, who's probably the biggest character that, maybe off camera, you don't have to say why, but that we may not have any idea about?
Oh man, you might not have an idea. I mean, you can probably sense that Quandre Diggs is a strong personality. Love talking to Quandre. It's really the younger guys, man. Like Devin Witherspoon I spoke to the other day, Jake Bobo I'm talking to tomorrow. I really like talking to the younger guys because the NFL hasn't gotten to them yet. They're still like just happy to be here. There's nothing wrong with the old guys. Just when you get older, you're more mature, you're a little bit more guarded. But the young guys have always been fun to talk to. But my favorite, he's not with the Hawks anymore, was Ryan Neal. Ryan Neal was one of the best interviews that I ever had. Just real, raw. And anybody who drops like an F-bomb every now and then, I'm like, all right, I can rock with you because you're vulnerable. You don't see me as the media. And that's what I try not to be. I'm like, yeah, I work for the media, but I'm just a former ball player just trying to talk. And I'm not trying to have an I gotcha moment or, get hot takes and stuff. I just want to shoot the crap, man, and just see what you're like as a person.
Oh, for sure. That's the most genuine conversation there is.
Oh.
Coach, what's the one thing that you missed the most about Pullman? Because I know there's so many things when I look back on my time there. What's the one thing that you're like, man, I wish I could go back there, just get that one more time?
Man, one thing I miss about Pullman, I would say just walking around campus, like there's little things. Like we used to sit on the rock over there by the library and just watch people fall when it was icy, just like just be rolling, just kicking it with the homies, what I mean? Doing simple stuff like that, or making the drive to Moscow to the Wingers when it was out there, or even driving up to Spokane in the summertime when we all stayed to lift and Hoop Fest is out there and just walking around and being with the folks, man. But there's nothing like that drive coming into Pullman, man. Once you hit that right turn, you start going down that hill. You start to feel it. Pullman is the only place I've ever picked up a hitchhiker because I'm like, he's just trying to get to class or he's trying to get, to his house and it's cold outside. So just the community, because I'm from a big city. I'm from LA. I live right outside of Seattle. And after I left Pullman, I told my wife once we got married, I'll never live in a major city again. Like I like being around the city, but I like the small town community feel that Pullman had.
Love it. Well, the last thing I got, do you ever think about what those numbers career-wise could have looked like if you were playing for, say, Mike Leach in that air raid? Do you ever think about that?
All the time, man. They wouldn't be touching my records, man, if I played in that. I got running backs who got more receptions than me right now. It's crazy, man. But, that's the game. The game changes, and I appreciate it. But I got one record that no one's touching, the punt returns for touchdown and yards. I don't see anybody touching that one anytime soon.
Absolutely. Hey, go Cougs is how I'll end it.
Go Cougs.
Well, Coach, it has been an honor and a pleasure having you on tonight. We'll let you get on with your life and probably, visit with your family or maybe watch some film or who knows. But yeah, appreciate you coming on and spending some time with us. And I miss a cyclone from Cougar Country. Let's get one of those someday.
Yeah, let's get it. Yep.
That's an underrated treat down there. Most people don't know what that is. It's like a local blizzard, but yeah. Yep. Good stuff. Yep. But if you guys ever need a high school preview show for a couple hours, you know who to reach out to.
Yeah, I got you. I appreciate you guys inviting me, man, and coming on, man. I had a blast.
Absolutely. Good luck against Chief South coming up this week, and maybe we'll catch up with you down the road sometime.
Appreciate you. Take care.
Thanks, Coach.
All right, that is Michael Bumpus, Cougar legend, former Seahawk, current offensive coordinator of Roosevelt High School. That was pretty fun. I enjoyed that interview a lot. What say you two?
Yeah, I mean, I probably could have had him on for another hour. I was like thinking, man, it's probably, absolutely no slight to any other interviews we've had, but with such a deep resume, it was so easy to get off on all these other different trails. And I forgot to even ask him, who else are players to watch from Roosevelt that we don't know about? We've kind of touched on the quarterback, wide receiver, offensive line. But what a treat. It's awesome that he came on, definitely. And Justin, I'm going to throw you in Nick's category of being an old guy. If you like, sorry.
What's that say down there at the bottom? Friday.
Said it's a bad take.
Over Remember the Titans. Yeah.
Tyson, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
32.
All right,
I'll be 33 in 11 days.
I'll be 27 in December, so I guess I'm still the young buck, huh?
Yeah. Well, and which side of the coin are you on with that? Because it seems like the younger guys, I'll say younger, even though I'm in my 30s, like Friday Night Lights, the movie.
I'm all about Remember the Titans. I'm sorry.
I'm alone.
Remember the Titans is one of my favorite movies of all time. Not even sports movie. It's
amazing. Listen, you're not alone, Tyson. I mean, we ran the poll. It was separated by one vote. There's obviously people that like second place movies just like you. So don't worry about it.
That's what makes it so good. Is there's not a lot of other sports movies that show the other side of the coin. Imagine if that movie was about that team out of Dallas and they were huge and they were dominant and they came through and just beat the hell out of the team from Odessa Permian. But getting to see all the story of what made those guys men or boys to men, teaching them how to be men. I think there's not really the reason it takes the cake for me is there's not many other movies that do that outside of maybe like a Coach Carter if you're flipping over to basketball,
Mr. Ridiculous.
They did with Remember the Titans too. But,
James Starrett back better than ever. He says he's 72. Shame on you, James. Why would you be so old and graceful? No, just kidding. He can't believe no one said Rudy. Man, Rudy was offsides. I mean, how could I get into Rudy?
Rudy lost all credibility for me once he became Sam from Lord of the Rings. I just couldn't look at it quite the same.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. But here's someone that sides with you, Randall Gilbertson. Yeah, he likes Friday Night Lights there, Tyson. See, I told you.
That's because he's been my friend since we were 5 years old, so we're bound to have the same opinion.
No, I'm actually kind of with Bump a little bit. Like, the program is super underrated because it's like hardcore. It's an R-rated football movie, so I mean, you're not going to get as many eyes on that as you will like a Disney fluff movie like Remember the Titans. I think that Remember the Titans is going to have that extra padding on the stats, so to speak. It's like it was up 48-0 at halftime and then just didn't want to take its foot off the gas and just wanted to keep, padding the stats to make it look a little bit sexier than what it really is. But North Dallas 40 is, another one here that Mr. Ridiculous is saying, as well as the draft says Auntie M. Yeah, I wouldn't consider that it's a football movie, but it's not like about like the football team performing on the field, overcoming adversity, winning on the field. It's a good Kevin Costner flick, though. I'll give you that.
I mean, Moneyball was so close to being such a perfect sports movie if they wouldn't have left out, the absolute studs on that team, which is disrespectful to them. But I mean, Another one up there for me is 42. I know it gets a little bit heavier than just sports, but man, there's still some new ones that deserve a little bit more respect than I think we initially give them.
Yeah, my whole problem with Moneyball was the kid that was made the first pick overall. It's like, in what world is a dude who's like 6 foot 250 that can't hit a curveball the first pick over? Like their casting could have been just a slight bit better in that role, but overall it was an awesomely done movie. There's a lot of good sports movies. I mean, if you want to talk sports movies, we got overall sports movies. Anything Adam Sandler, like Happy Gilmore, the Friday Night Lights, the remake. Those are both. I mean, even the newest one that he did when he was a scout for the 76ers. I forget, Hustle, I think. Great movie.
Yeah.
He's got to be the GOAT when it comes to sports movies overall.
Ooh, that's right.
I mean, as far as an actor goes, I can't name another one that's been in multiple that are so good.
Yeah. I mean, we'll have to – Rocky,
Costner.
Sylvester Stallone.
Kevin
Costner, that's a great – yeah, that's a good one.
Definitely.
Yeah, for me, Moneyball, man, leaving out like Miguel Tejada, that was like huge. Chavez, it's like there's a couple of really good players there on that roster that didn't get notoriety. I think
Zito and Hudson.
Yeah, also I think that the biggest problem that I have with Moneyball is that it was successful but not successful. The movie itself was great, but that season for the A's, it's like you're saying it's a success to put Scott Hatteberg at first base and trade Carlos Pena. It's like, who the hell thinks that way? And then you're going to make a movie and make it look like that Billy Bean's a genius for doing it. It's like, Carlos Pena was like an all-star for like 6 or 7 years. I don't understand that logic.
With Tampa Bay, absolute monster.
Anyway, we're getting off track here, but yeah, that was an awesome. Yeah, exactly. With you guys, it is. Before we get on track real quick, I just wanted to confirm I've got 2 of the grossest beverages here for everybody to see. These are Bud Light seltzers. One is orange. One is black cherry. I just did that backwards. I don't know which one of these I should drink first. They're both going to taste equally bad. So I'll let you 2 vote, and you guys can vote in the comment section. Seltzer, black cherry, or orange soda. We'll get back to that in just a second. So they're both going to get drinking in what order is up to you.
Because I sell them, I'm going black cherries.
I've actually had the black cherry one, and it wasn't bad, but I'm not a seltzer guy, so.
Me either. This is, if I had a nice little, Fort George Vortex Apocalypse, an IPA of some kind, something that's going to put extra hair on my mustache, I might go that. Auntie says orange. Man, Matt, you got to vote. Black cherry or orange?
I'm going black cherry all day.
Okay, cool. Yeah. All right, so I'll crack that open here in just a second. Let's continue to crack open week 7, and then we'll move on to the next phase of tonight's show. We'll probably, you guys want to do rankings after that, or should we do top performers then rankings?
You pick. I'm along for the ride.
Rankings.
Top performers then rankings. Okay. Yeah, I need to drink a little bit before we get to rankings, Tyson. I'll just say that.
I haven't seen him yet, so it's going to be fresh.
I like it. I appreciate that dedication, Matt. So we left off on the 4A games that we had last week. I'm going to run through some scores here, and then we can kind of pick and choose kind of which games we want to talk about. A little open floor here. Glacier Peak at Marysville Pilchuck. Glacier Peak wins it 21-7. That seems like a snoozer. Mountain View at Kelso. This definitely was not. 35-34 in overtime. Kelso with a chance to win it in regulation. Misses on a field goal. And then Mountain View scores first. Kelso goes for 2 and the win at home in a game they badly needed. And Mountain View comes up with a big stop to preserve the win. They are 6-1. Big win for the Thunder. Lakes at Spanaway Lake. This is kind of in your territory there, Matt. Tough game, 21-20. Lakes badly needed that just as bad as Spanaway did. I mean, that whole league is just an absolute mess, but Spanaway ends up coming away with that one. Mount Tahoma at Stadium. Stadium came in with the better record, and it didn't matter. Mount Tahoma demolished them 42-7. Rainier Beach at Garfield. Rainier Beach is getting better. Garfield is still better currently. 48-24 for Garfield. Bremerton at North Kitsap. North Kitsap 41-14. It really wasn't close. It was supposed to be the first real test in league that North Kitsap has had. We'll stop there. Out of those games, guys, anything you want to discuss real quick?
Spanaway Lake, I mean, they beat a good Gig Harbor team week 1, and I think they're kind of been a product of having a more difficult schedule overall. But I wasn't really surprised at that outcome. In the 3A classification, this is where I wasn't the chalk eater. I chose Kelso. I also chose Rainier Beach, and set me behind. But Kelso almost pulled it off. I would have looked like the hero. And hey, that's the way it goes.
I will say I was calling a game that was big locally for us, Black Hills and Centralia. Maybe not big, statewide, but when I saw that Kelso score, I actually had to do a double take because I'm like, wow, Kelso was winning at the time. So that one did surprise me. Unfortunately, they did fall just short. Mountain View, I mean, this was the year that they were kind of built for. And I'll disagree with Tyson. I was surprised with the Spanaway Lake over Lakes game. I think Lakes is kind of they've almost plateaued. It felt like they were getting better and better, and then all of a sudden they've hit this wall where they just are staying consistently the same. And that Spanaway Lake team, they know how to play defense, and Darian Clemens is an absolute monster. So if you let them hang around, they're going to get you. So that one did surprise me a little bit, although I think Spanaway Lake is better than their record shows.
For sure.
Yeah, I mean, to piggyback on that Kelso and Mountain View game, I think Mountain View has proven that they're capable of winning some games potentially in the early rounds of the playoffs, but this was an all-out desperation game for Kelso. They pretty much had to have this to have a reasonable shot at, getting to first place or even tying for first. And Kelso's played a pretty tough schedule this year. They've played Camas, they've played Tumwater. So, a couple teams that have really tested them to get ready for this Mountain View team. I mean, Mountain View's only blemish has been the Nooksack Valley, which Tyson would probably put at number 1 if he had the option to. Still does, technically. Probably
number 1 in my heart.
Exactly. Darian Clemens doesn't surprise me at all with Spanaway Lake, and I also like your reference to the Gig Harbor victory. Gig Harbor looks pretty good overall this season, that being their only blemish. And I think that was a real tough game for Gig Harbor as well. First game of the year, they blew the game against Kelso last year in the playoffs. They were up by 28 in the first half on the road in the playoff game. I wasn't sure what you were going to get from Gig Harbor in week 1. Excuse me. Looking back on it, they could easily be undefeated. I mean, that was a close game early on against Spanaway, but yeah, I mean, Spanaway needed to win this game, I think, more than anybody. 2-4 at home. You got a really good athlete at quarterback that's capable of doing a lot with both his arms and his legs. And if they're going to have any chance of getting into, winning the league championship, which seems, really wide open at this point, they win their last 2, and depending on how things go, you could have a tie between a few teams there. So real interesting to see how that's going to go.
I will say about Gig Harbor, I didn't think they were going to let me ever see that team play again. I called their game against Kelso in the playoffs last year, and then I called week 1 against Spanaway Lake, of course, both heartbreaking losses. But then I did the fishbowl where they ended a drought and beat Peninsula. What I will say is a big difference from that week 1 game to now is Benji Park at starting quarterback. He wasn't starting quarterback week 1. He is an absolute stud. I think he's the best quarterback on that roster. The coaching staff wanted to see him at tight end, and unfortunately some injuries left them no choice. If he's that quarterback week 1, I think they win that game. They still had a tough time stopping Darian Clemens, but this kid is an absolute game changer. And I think the level that Gig Harbor is at now compared to where they were week 1 is a massive, massive change with him at quarterback.
Definitely. I mean, they might have uncovered a diamond in the rough, 6'5", 200 plus playing quarterback. You don't see that very often in any classification. I mean, there's a few here and there, but and not for someone who's a tight end, you'd think, oh, they're probably playing it conservative, but we'll dive into players of the week later in the week, and he's putting up numbers that anybody is at quarterback. I mean, just a preview, he's 14-17 in their game last week. Efficient. Yeah, and you got that kind of size. I'd say they're finding their stride the last few weeks, especially since that Peninsula game that you called. It's like, to to have what happened go down, and then you've got this third stringer come in and play and come back, and since then they've really rolled easier than they did the rest of the season. That's why I've got them in my top 10. They're playing as good a football as pretty much anybody.
Let's get into the next half of the games from last week. Hudson's Bay at Woodland. The Beavers dismantle the Eagles here. That'd be Woodland defeating Hudson's Bay, for those who don't know, 41-10. Aberdeen at Rochester. This was a huge game in the EVCO 2A, Mr. King, and Aberdeen comes away with the win 20-8. That pretty much solidifies them as a playoff team and a chance to get the 2 seed potentially coming up with a game this week against your alma mater. Ridgefield at Columbia River. This was an upset alert for me, but I bet against Ridgefield so many times this year that I learned my lesson, and the Spudders end up winning this one 27-12. This was the game of the week for 1A that just drove Tyson crazy probably. La Center at Seton Catholic. Tyson, you were pumping up Seton Catholic so much last week that they were going to take down La Center, and you know what? For 3 quarters and 8 minutes, you were right. They held La Center scoreless until the 4:02 mark left in the game. La Center scores a touchdown, and then they get a punt, force a punt, get the ball back. They score another touchdown, get the extra point. They walk away 14-13 over Seton Catholic in a big Trico victory. Let's stop there real quick and talk a little bit about those 4 games.
Yeah, I mean, I was away, wasn't able to follow many games, Friday night, but I see you send a message and it's like 7-0 Seton Catholic, 13-0 Seton Catholic. I was like, oh boy, like this is getting interesting. We had our battles in the chat, and after we made those picks, and Nick's pretty much calling me crazy. Devin flips his pick after I shared some of my takes. And
easily influenced.
Yeah, apparently. I mean, I think I've used this excuse multiple times for any other team, but lots of other teams, I guess I should say. We've known La Center's a good team. Seton Catholic, there was questions about who they've played, their schedule's weak, et cetera, et cetera. You got to take them pretty seriously after a game like that, especially being up, not big early, but with a commanding enough lead. I think they definitely cement themselves as a top 10 1A team after a game like that, just despite not being able to finish.
No, I think you're right. Yeah, I don't have a problem with assessing Seton Catholic as a serious team. Matt, those 4 games that we just talked about, what do you think about the results there?
Well, I obviously have to talk about the EVCO 2A matchup with Aberdeen beating Rochester. I think Aberdeen, you couldn't sleep on Aberdeen after that win over Prosser a few weeks back. And I feel for Rochester because the gauntlet that they had to go through, I think they have Tumwater this week, but they just played WF West the week before. That is a rough 3-game stretch in the EVCO 2A, especially this season. So I'm very interested to see how Aberdeen and WF West plays out. The Bearcats seem to be playing their best football right now, but Aberdeen's defense gives them a chance to win every single game. They even started off pretty solid against Tumwater before the T-Birds really got rolling. So this week's game between Aberdeen and WF West, I think if Aberdeen gets the win, that is a rough trip for whoever's the 3 from the GSHL out to Aberdeen. I think the GSHL might be pulling for WF West to win, but that is a really, really tough game to pick.
Yeah, I mean, the only real barometer that we've got so far is Ridgefield at WF West, where Ridgefield had to slug it out with the Bearcats and walked away with the victory. And games the second time around, if they ever happen, very tough to predict on how it's going to go. I mean, anything can happen. Touching real quick on that La Center Seton Catholic game, Tyson, I mean, I'm with you in terms of thinking Seton Catholic's a real team, because obviously I think La Center is a pretty good team as well, very physical. And that's really not been the MO that, we were talking about in terms of Seton Catholic. You specifically talked about their team speed, and how they have skill position guys and weapons and stuff. And, they not only were inches away from winning it by just playing better defense down the stretch, they were also driving there on their last possession of the game. And they ended up going with a reverse pass attempt that ultimately got intercepted right near the corner of the end zone there. I mean, if they go a little bit more conventional in that play or in that setting, I get that you want to like run something that's going to kind of catch the defense off guard. But is it fair to say that the defense is expecting you, to pass or pull something out of your ass to, come up with the win? I think that if they would have just stayed conventional and done what they had done all game long, they probably would have given themselves a chance at a field goal. I look at that as a play call that's like, we're either cute or desperate, and both aren't good in a game that you must win. I mean, Seton Catholic had a lot of things going their way. They took a team that's really physical and running the ball, and they were beating them at their own game for pretty much the entire ball game. So I think Seton Catholic's very real, and if they do get the better ends of both sides in terms of how they want to call a game, especially down the stretch, this is going to be good experience for them. And having, only loss, Goldendale's only losses to Seton Catholic as well. We'll talk a little bit about them later on, but man, crazy to think how that game could have changed the dynamic of the rankings and potentially the seeds. And, you mentioned seeds, Matt. I mean, with the Greater St. Helens League right now, with Woodland beating Hudson's Bay, that all of a sudden puts Hudson's Bay, on a 2-game losing streak, now in third place, and they're tied with Washougal, and that's not going to be, good for Hudson's Bay if they end up having to be that team that goes on the road to, say, Aberdeen or goes on the road to WF West. And then you got Ridgefield and Woodlands. They're set for a Week 9 matchup. Ridgefield's won the last 4 or 5 meetings between the two teams, but Elijah Anderson continues to just dominate for Woodland. I mean, it's almost like the Beavers are kind of on that trajectory path to where if they end up getting that 1 seed, like I said earlier in the year, Tyson, Woodland's sneaky. They may be that team that's on the outside right now, but could be kicking the door down when we get to the playoffs. So real interesting. If you guys want to comment on any of the things there before we move on, feel free to jump in.
I'll go ahead and say that if Woodland ends up as the 1 for the GSHL and that sets up a matchup with them in Rochester, that might be the fastest football game we've ever seen. It's going to be ground and pound. And that's a scary thing for a team that's the favorite in Woodland. So that'd be a very interesting one. And also, whoever is that 4 seed from the GSHL to have to go to Tumwater, these T-Birds are scary this season. I will admit, I kind of overlooked them. I thought, they'll be competitive in the FCO too. This team can win a state title. This team is really, really talented. Cooper Clark is an absolute monster. They can throw the ball better than they have in recent years. So this team's very, very scary for any 2A team to play.
Tyson, anything to piggyback on that?
I will just say Woodland's building their dam. They've inserted themselves into the top 10. I've received quite a bit of flack for it last week, but kind of same thing with the Greater St. Helens League in 4A. I don't think we considered the Greater St. Helens League in 2A to be as competitive as it's been on a statewide level so far this year, or even intermixed with their own league. But it's not. It maybe isn't the Northwest Conference, but they get more bids, so we got to take them definitely seriously. And I feel bad for any team that's going to have to face off with Tumwater.
Well, do you guys know who that team would be if the playoffs started today?
Probably like a Hudson's Bay.
Nope.
Right?
Be Washougal?
It'd be Washougal.
Yikes.
That'd be
actually, technically it wouldn't. My bad. They have the head-to-head tiebreaker over Hudson's Bay. I just teased it for no reason, like an idiot. I was looking at my notes here. I got everyone all excited. But it could easily still be that way because Hudson's Bay, they may win a game, and Washougal, who knows, they could stub their toe again. They have Washougal still has a game against Hawkinson, who's rolling right now. Speaking of which, we'll talk a little bit about that later. Let's round out the last games from last week, and then let's get into top performers. So Omak and Kashmir, man, this turned out to be a good one, and I thought it could be. Omak they put a whooping on Chelan not too long ago. And this one was 28-21 Kashmir. I mean, we got it right here, Tyson, but Omak proved that they're probably the toughest 3 and 4 team in the history of the 1A class. Riverside and Freeman, man, this was like a knife fight. 26-24, Freeman ends up getting the victory. The Hyphen Bowl, Raymond South Bend at PL Willapa Valley, and it's PL Willapa Valley 14-12 over Farrell Johnson and company. And then Napavine absolutely dismantled an injured Kalama team 70-12. Cascade Christian, they're very much for real. They beat Life Christian on the road 36-13. And then finally another absolute blowout. Mossy Rock beat Nacelle 62-8. Nacelle previously undefeated. Well, not anymore. Matt's 1B champion, Mossy Rock, looking good. Matt, what do you got to say for yourself?
Hey, they score. They score. They were so close last year to making a run to a state title appearance. This team is better than I anticipated them being. That win over Nacelle. Man, that was impressive. That was my most impressive win of the week, I think, out of every win across the state. These Vikings, 8-man football doesn't necessarily get the love. That's why I appreciate this show, able to talk about those guys a little bit more. These Vikings, man, I know Liberty Bell is locked and loaded. Nia Bay still got a ton of talent from last year's team. These Vikings, I still think, are getting slept on a little bit. They are fun to watch.
Yeah, and Nia Bay just demolished Darrington, too, the other day. So, I mean, and Nia Bay entered that game with 2 losses and Darrington undefeated. So, yeah, I mean, 1B is crazy. We haven't had a chance to really dissect it, but Nacelle is a really good team in 1B, and they looked like they were nothing to Mossy Rock. And Mossy Rock is so big and physical for an 8-man team. They probably have the best line out of all the teams in the 1B conference right now. Tyson, what say you about those games?
Well, from what I know, Nacelle likes to throw it a bit more in 8-man. Mossy Rock likes to pound it. And we can see if you can run the ball successfully in 8-man, it's virtually unstoppable. Granted, they did lose, but one game this year. But if I'm not mistaken, they were playing 11-man ball in that game, playing up.
Yeah. How about the other matchups there that we talked about real quick?
Yeah, OMAC and Kashmir definitely surprised me a little. I thought it'd be maybe a 2-score game. I figured OMAC would be competitive. Like you said, really tough 3 and 4 team. Ultimately, I would expect them to take second place in that league behind Kashmir. It's kind of been a down year. Last year, that league was a little bit more competitive, like the likes of Cascade was pretty competitive at Leavenworth. But yeah, OMAC, impressive game. Freeman Riverside, I mean, I think anytime you get 2 hard-nosed football teams from the east side of the mountains, you've got, no bias here, being that I'm over here, but you've got as hard-nosed of a football game being played as there is going on that Friday night or Saturday night, Thursday night, whatever it is this time of year. I necessarily wasn't surprised with either one of those 2 results, as picked both those games correctly, but I would have thought that, between the 2, you'd have a bigger than 9-point score differential in the winner versus the loser.
Yeah, getting some information from the participants in the Kalama Napavine game, I'm not quite as shocked with how the game played out in terms of, who won. The score kind of inflated. That's one of those games to where, you're up 62-12, at halftime. I mean, there's really not much more that needs to be done there, but Kalama down 7 starters on defense in that game. We'll see how Kalama is able to potentially rebound going forward. But, the chats that I had this week kind of revolved around the thoughts on Napavine and their motivation kind of going into this game. Getting whooped, absolutely taken out back by Linden Christian, 47-6, kind of probably humanized Napavine a little bit. Matt, I think you were on that show when we talked about that game going into it. And, I know that the consensus on the panel was that Napavine was probably going to win that game. I went with Linden Christian just because ultimately I thought that, Napavine hasn't seen a team like this in quite a while. And for them to come back and not only beat Kalama, but to absolutely kick dirt in their eyes and just like leave absolutely no doubt, it proved to me that they want to do everything that they can do to erase everyone's memory from that Linden Christian game and still have an outside shot at getting the 1 seed, being that they haven't lost a game to a 2B opponent, only lost to a 1A team. What are your guys' thoughts, Matt? We'll start with you on Napavine and their quest for potentially running up the score to get to that point to where they convince the committee they're still the number 1 team.
Yeah, I don't know if that was necessarily Napavine running up the score. I think that was more about Kalama's so injury riddled and so beat up. Their linebacking core is a mess right now due to injuries. I don't think that was Napavine coming in saying, hey, let's blow the doors off these guys and then keep on going. I just think Napavine's a really, really good team. And if you have a bad quarter, they are going to make it look like just an absolute blowout. I'm still high on Kalama. I think if they can get healthy, they're a team to be wary of in the playoffs. They've got a really tough one this week against Toledo. I still think Napavine's a team to beat. You and I talked about them going to that game with Linden Christian, like you mentioned, and Linden Christian was coming into that one with a bad taste in their mouths themselves after getting just spanked by Royal. So that game, there was a little bit more to it than just those two really good teams playing. But I still think Napavine's in a good spot, and it might be tough to still not put them or to put them at 1. I think it's asking a lot, but it wouldn't surprise me either way. I think it's 1A and 1B really with Napavine and Okanagan.
Yeah, I mean, I think Nick, you gave me a little bit of crap when I put Okanagan above them after they lost to Linden Christian. But they definitely, I would imagine there's something to be said about what you said with them wanting to have impressive wins. The coaches poll came out today, something that's recently being done that's fairly new between the Washington State Football Coaches Association. Napavine receiving one first place vote. Northwest Christian also got 1 first place vote, but Okanagan sitting up there with 5. I've got them at number 1 as well. If we're basing it off of results from the past years and looking at Napavine's pedigree over the last, 18, 24 months, I think it's very fair to put them at number 1. But anytime you lose 47-6, doesn't matter what, if you're jumping classification, it's going to raise a few eyebrows and have cause for concern. Not that I think we're not concerned that Napavine is not a top 3 team in 2B, let alone top 2 or even the top team of them all.
I mean, they very well could still be number 1. I don't want to dismiss that at all. I think that they're extremely good. If Demarest is able to get a clean pocket, he's, one of the most effective quarterbacks in the class, and I think that there was a lot going into that game, though. I don't want to overlook it. Napavine and Kalama have a lot of history. Napavine's a very proud program in terms of how, they've been to 10 straight semifinals. That's a really good resume. And then, you throw in the fact that Kalama was the last team to have beaten them from the 2B class. They beat them for the state championship a couple of years ago. And then we have, Mr. Aiden Brown on the show last week, pumping up Kalama and, call it bulletin board material, what have you. But they were definitely paying attention. They definitely knew what was going on heading into that game. We saw it on some of our comments and stuff in terms of how that game has left impressions on both teams. You could tell that Napavine wants to remind everybody, hey, we may have gotten beat by Linden Christian 47-6, but we were also missing some guys going into that game, and we're still a very, very good team. And I think that they've proven that they're very good. I have no doubts in my mind that they're possibly the number 1 team. That's like you just said a little bit ago. Obviously, you and I went back and forth on that. Okanagan probably deserves the number 1 spot right now, and I would probably be hard-pressed to not put Northwest Christian Colbert in that number 2 conversation. But in terms of the teams that are on the field, with the players available, healthy, I think Napavine's still the best team.
I think you're right. If I had to bet my life on a 2B team to win the state title, I'm putting it on Napavine every time. What Josh Fay has built out there in Napavine. It is special. It's not just at the high school level. It is down to the youth level. They have such a special program, and he takes pride in that. The community takes pride in that. So they're never a team that's going to go in and overlook someone. That's not going to happen in Napavine because Coach Fay does not allow that to happen. So you're going to have to beat the Tigers. The Tigers aren't going to beat themselves, and they definitely still had some frustrations about that state title loss to Kalama. That was the one that kept Keith Olson, one of the best 2B football players this state's ever seen, from getting a state championship. So Josh Fay deserves so much credit for what he's built out there in Napavine, and I think you have to put them at one or two. I'm right there with you. Northwest Christian deserves to be in the conversation. But again, I think until you can show me a loss for Okanagan or Napavine that really deserves to bump them down, I just don't see how you get away from those two teams being the top two.
Yeah, it kind of feels like these teams are on a collision course. I mentioned to Nick, privately, from a 2B perspective, it reminds me of, the Bellevue-Ferndale little rivalry that went on 10 years ago, where Bellevue got the best of Ferndale, and as their team got older, that game got tighter and tighter. And not to pin them to as the locks for being in the state title game, but I think there's more argument this year to give Okanagan kind of that leash, as like they've maybe closed some of the gap, but ultimately it'll be hard to tell until we might see that happen.
Well, one thing's for certain is that nobody really wants to match up in that 2-3 spot. That 2-3 game is going to be very, very difficult, no matter who it is. Any combination of those three teams, one of them is going to probably have a slightly easier path to getting to the state championship game. Could it be Kalama in that fourth spot or in that fourth spot, in the semifinals, whether they're the actual fourth seed or not? Who knows? There are some teams still in the conversation. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. Let's get into some top performers, and then we'll break down kind of what our thoughts are on the landscape before we pick some games. So, guys, let's just start real quick at the top in the 4A class. I've got a couple real fast, and then I'll pass the mic here. I'll start down here in the Greater St. Helens League. For the Battleground Tigers, Grayson Gamby, a senior wide receiver for Battleground, caught 11 balls for 121 yards and 2 touchdowns in a 48-30 win over Union. And the other one is from Woodinville, Ryan Bowles. He's a Montana State commit, and he had a 34-yard fumble recovery for a touchdown and had another interception and caught a touchdown pass. So good day for Ryan Bowles, the Montana State commit. Montana State, by the way, the Bobcats looking pretty good this year with Scott Trey Humphrey.
Yeah, I got freshman player of the week, I think, didn't he, for Division 1 AA, their week 1 or week 2. I'll choose a couple of teammates that I'm going to keep pounding this retired drum of the Moses Lake Chiefs. But quarterback Brady J, 28-36 for 324 and 4 touchdowns in their win over Sunnyside. And then his boy, Kyson Thomas, had 8 catches for 104 yards, 2 touchdowns, had a 90-yard kick return for a touchdown. In reference to Michael Bumpus, is a kid that frame-wise, returner-wise, very similar style of player in his game. Another kick return for a touchdown that went 90 yards. I think that makes number 5 or 6 for him on returns this year, and then also had 1 fumble recovery on defense.
Mute.
Yeah, you're muted.
My bad. I muted myself to avoid you guys hearing me cough. I only have one. It's from the Bethel Bison. Roy Lockley Jr., 31 carries, 177 yards in a game that the Bison absolutely had to win at Puyallup, and they got the job done. And a good chunk of that was on a 9-minute drive by the Bison where they went down the field, scored a touchdown, and got a 2-point conversion with Lockley to tie that game, then force a 3-and-out, and they went back down the field to score. So I just think Roy Lockley was doing a lot for that team, not just statistically wise, but spiritually wise as well. He deserves a lot of love.
I got another one from Chiawana. Justin Weber caught a 70-yard touchdown and returned a punt 50 yards for a touchdown. He also hauled in 2 interceptions on defense. So doing it on both sides of the ball, Justin Weber of Chiawana.
Is that it for you, Nick?
Yes, sir.
I got 3 more running backs. Mentioned him earlier, Gunnar Peterson out of Eastmont against Skyline. He had 28 carries for $190 and 2 touchdowns in their big victory. And then a dude who really is the reason Emerald Ridge won this game against Bellarmine. Skockel was human in that game. He did play, confirmed that. Can't remember his stats off the top of my head. Threw for something like 180 and a touchdown and an interception, or no touchdowns and 1 interception. But Navarre Dixon, the transfer from Lincoln out of Tacoma, 28 carries for 184 yards and a touchdown in that game. And then a kid I don't think we've ever mentioned on the show, but he's been really a main cog for Glacier Peak. Chrisvin Bonch, 20 carries for 175 yards and 3 touchdowns for Glacier Peak.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Moving on down the ranks to the 3A class, sticking in the Greater St. Helens League to start it out. Cash Cook of the Mountain View Thunder, quarterback. He threw for 231 yards and had 3 touchdowns. And then he had the game-winning 4-yard rushing touchdown in the overtime win against Kelso, 35-34. And then your boy, Bodie Gardner of Mount Spokane, the recent preferred walk-on for Northwestern. 6 catches, 147 yards, and 2 touchdowns, and a pair of interception returns for scores. 4 touchdowns, Al Bundy over Cheney. What a performance there.
Yeah, he just got a scholarship offer to Idaho, too, which is it's good to see the offers starting to roll in for him. This one, he's been on here every week. Xavion Jones from Mount Lake Terrace, 28 carries for 261 and 3 touchdowns. And then Blake Springer out of Monroe, 304 through the air, 2 touchdowns and a rushing TD in their victory to push them to 7-0.
Yes, I don't have any 3A. I missed the boat on the top performers of the week. That's my bad. I got some for the smaller classifications, though. My apologies.
Hey, it's all good. Do you have any more, Nick? You're on mute.
Go ahead, buddy. You're good.
Benji Park, our boy that we talked about earlier, 14-17, 236 yards and 4 touchdowns through the air with 1 on the ground. So, like we said, he's just turned into a monster at the quarterback position. It's a good thing he's not at tight end anymore.
All right. Benji Parks. I love the name, by the way. That's a great name. Let's get into the lower classifications, as we would call it, Matt, the 2A class. Look, I'm going to continue the trend and start in the Greater St. Helens League here. This was a super impressive performance. Cly Stevens of Ridgefield, he's a junior. He ran for 283 yards on 35 carries and had 1 touchdown, a part of the road win against Columbia River, 27-12. And then the game that I did for Hawkinson, quarterback Andon Stenerson, guys, he was money on a rainy night. 3 touchdown passes, 253 yards. He also ran for 48, and he had the winning touchdown rush from 6 yards out in the 28-21 win over Mark Morris.
Matt, you got any?
Yeah, for the Tumwater Thunderbirds, it was an absolute show. Cooper Clark, 9 carries, 99 yards. He had one of the nastiest hezzy steps. This is why I named him. A disgusting hezzy step that ended up breaking him loose for a long touchdown. It was incredible. You can go check out the highlight. I think it's on our social media. If not, I'll tweet the link out for that. It was disgusting. And also, got to give some love to Jackson Beck, the quarterback for Black Hills in the game. I did 15 for 22, 322 yards through the air, but also Jack Ellison, 5 catches for 178 yards and 2 touchdowns, and then added a rushing touchdown as well. Over 200 yards of offense for him. He would put on an absolute show.
I loved Beck and Ellison in film preseason. I was just shocked to see their season start the way that it – I mean, been a tough year for them, but heck of performances. I'm going to steal a guy from the GSHL, probably Nick's favorite player, Elijah Anderson out of Woodland. 15 carries for 237 yards and 5 touchdowns in their big win. And then let's just knock out a couple of teammates here. The Beaner boys out of Anacortes, Brady Beaner, 97 yards receiving and a touchdown and 2 picks versus Squalicum. And then Brock Beaner, his twin brother, 9 carries for 101 and 4 touchdowns. Looks like he's well on his way to getting the NWC MVP again.
Yeah, we also had our boy, Mr. 7-Eleven, Logan Sloman, 51-yard touchdown catch. By the way, North Kitsap, if you don't know. 51-yard touchdown catch, 48-yard rushing touchdown, and then 3 interceptions on defense in the win against Bremerton. And, I don't know if they constitute a 2A school. I believe they do. But Bellingham, I know they're independent or freelance. But Wyatt Steffen or Steven, not sure, spelt Steffen. He was a wide receiver. He caught 7 passes for 197 yards and 5 touchdowns. And he had a touchdown in every quarter in a win over Blaine. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I believe Bellingham's playing technically 1A, but they are on track to try to rejoin the NWC 2A conference. I only have 2 more. Matt, if you have any, I don't want to steal any guys. Sammamish running back, another dude that's been a mainstay like Xavion Jones, Ty Webster, 27 carries for 277 and 2 touchdowns in their win over Lindbergh. And then our boy, Aberdeen running back Aiden Watkins, 23 carries for 178 yards and 3 touchdowns. Our first player interview we did this year.
Yeah, also coming out of that game for Aberdeen is Marcus Hale. Defense, 26 tackles. And then on offense, he had 77 yards rushing. So 26 tackles, that's crazy. That can't be right. Is it right? That's unbelievable. Wow.
They got horses in the stable at Aberdeen, that's for sure.
All right, that does it for 2A. Let's move down here into 1A. I'll start not Greater St. Helens League, but Trico 1A. In that game for Le Center against Seton Catholic, Parker McKinney, wide receiver, had the game-winning 25-yard touchdown reception. And then I guess you could call it more of a game-winning play technically, but Houston Coyle, really good player for Le Center, LC is what I have abbreviated here. Interception to seal the game in the end zone. So really good player. And then sticking with the Northwest Conference, Jeremiah Wright of Linden Christian. That's why I said it, because it's on my list. 6.5 tackles on defense, 2.5 tackles for loss, 1 sack, and 1 pass defense. He was recently named the player of the week up there in Whatcom County on defense.
I've got 3 guys that are east of the mountains. I'll just rattle them all off. Both two kids from Natchez Valley. Running back by the name of Thane Denny, 19 carries for 126 yards and 2 touchdowns. And then his quarterback, Dylan Mueller, 13 of 25 for 167 and 3 touchdowns, and also had 40 yards rushing to go with it. And then Freeman's got a good quarterback this season. They replaced Bowen Phelps. Well, I've said probably, outside of Kate Eldridge, the best 1A athlete in the state last year. But this one's name is Luke Whitaker, 16 of 26 for 255 and 3 touchdowns. And he also had 11 carries for 49 yards and a touchdown on the ground in their 26-24 victory over Riverside.
I got to give some love to Cascade Christian. Jackson Almond accounted for, I believe it was 5 total touchdowns, 4 passing, and 1 interception. I don't have the numbers exactly for him, but he put on an absolute show, had a pick 6, and then was airing it out. So hats off to Mr. Allman putting on an absolute clinic.
More information coming from Justin Demashwitz for Montesano. Bodie Polar, 4 carries, 90 yards, 2 touchdowns. He had 3 receptions for 38 yards and a touchdown. And then Gabe Bodwell, 10 carries, 90 yards, 2 touchdowns. 6 straight game with multiple touchdowns. And he's got 16 rushing TDs so far on the season. That is some good shit for Mr. Gabe Bodwell right there.
That wraps
Anybody
up 1A. That wraps up 1A for me.
Matt, you good?
No, I'm good with 1A.
All right, let's move on down the ranks. Sticking local again for me, Ethan Carver of Toledo against Adna. He had a career high 314 yards rushing and 4 touchdowns. Another Al Bundy award, and a couple of those TDs went for 65, 43, and 36. So he's kind of like Toledo's version of Elijah Anderson, so to speak.
You stole my Carver. I had him circled because I literally gasped when I saw his stat line. So I'll go with Mr. Demarest from Napavine Ashton Demarest. 4 carries, 115 yards. And he also through the air was 6 of 7, 142 yards. So a short day, but a day like that where you're flirting with 300 yards is mighty, mighty impressive for a kid who can really do it all.
Yeah, I've got another quarterback coming over here to this side of the mountains again. Hyatt Clark out of Riverview, kid that Coach Hart talked about can really sling it, and he sure can. He was 7 of 8 for 228 and 4 touchdowns. So 4 of his 7 passes went to the house. And then another quarterback that's notoriously running the football more so, but we talked about Okanagan and probably one of my favorite players in the state, Carter Kukenboo, 10 carries for $129 and 2 touchdowns. Only had to throw the ball 4 times in that game. So just hand it to the 6'5", 230-pound steer wrestler and try to bring him down.
Kukenboo!
Yes, sir.
He's going to be on that national rodeo tour one day, isn't he?
He's built like a steer wrestler, I'll tell you that much. He would probably do pretty good.
Nice. More good information from Mr. Demashwitz from the Hyphen Bowl. Raymond South Bend running back Farrell Johnson, 18 carries, 149 yards, and a touchdown. And then for PL Willapa Valley, Cody Micken, 12 tackles, 2 interceptions, including the game-sealing interception with under 30 seconds left. And then also Blake Howard, 2 touchdowns rushing on 74 yards. And he also had the game-winning touchdown and the game-winning 2-point conversion for PL Willapa Valley. You guys got anything else for 2B?
That's it for me.
Justin also throws in some information on 1B school Wishkah Valley, a 42-26 win over Evergreen Lutheran. Aiden Weidenman, 13 carries, 231 yards, 4 touchdowns, 1 receiving touchdowns, and 3 sacks on defense. And then Cole Brandsner, 5 sacks on defense. That's a good day at the office.
One-man wrecking crew.
5 sacks in a game. That's like, is it Khalil Mack who put that together this year?
6.
Yeah.
1 away from the record.
I'm surprised Khalil Mack is like still performing at this level at his advanced age of 32.
Hey, if any Seahawks even get 6 sacks in the season this year, I'll be happy.
The Packers win 6 games this season, I'll be happy. So I don't.
We should have asked Bump if he puts the blame on the offensive line or on Gino, just so we can kind of settle the debate a little bit. I think it's more on Gino than the offensive line. I thought there was plenty of time on multiple occasions for him to do something. But I also won't get Waldron off the hook here. I don't think Waldron did a great job play calling down in the red zone there. So we'll see.
I'll be the neutral one that says I put more blame on the offensive line, specifically on Sunday. I don't think they've been that bad this season, but I watched that game and Yeah, that was yikes. I got a 1B player, and you try not to be surprised. It's from the future 1B state champions in the Mossy Rock Vikings, Easton Kolb. 5 carries, 161 yards, and 7 of 10, 219 yards, scoring every single way possible. This kid's just an absolute mega star. If he was at a bigger school, I still think he's putting up big numbers there as well. So shout out to him.
Nice. All right, it's the moment that everyone's been waiting for. It's time to argue about Tyson's top 10 rankings, and we're going to have some fun doing it.
I'm going to use the coaches poll as reference the whole time just to validate my opinions.
Yeah, well, that's if you need to lean on something like that, that's fine. It's probably
like Bump said, I'll stand behind what I think.
It's like the leaning tower of Pisa, or whatever that thing's called. About to fall over at any moment.
Is that a Goofy movie reference right there?
Listen, I'm a big fan of the
Goof it's tree. Chisa, actually. Yeah.
No, in the movie. But Pisa is like, real life. Chisa, like Cheese Whiz. Not so much. It's like, liquid cheese. It doesn't have much of a foundation. You guys want to start at what? 4A or 2B? Where do we want to start today?
How many shells you got in your gun? Which one's loaded? More loaded?
I think there's 5 in the 308 right now.
Well, 308 want to shoot at some 2Bs or some 4As?
That's what I'm asking. There's 3 of us.
I'm ready. I got my battalion all armed and ready to go. So
I kind of want to start at 4A and work our way down because I feel like that 1A is going to get really fun. So I
James will be happy.
I kind of want to build up to it. Let's get 4A out of the way. He's probably just finishing up watching Hell's Kitchen or something like that. So on the bottom, Matt, for the first time ever, Graham Kapowson, number 1. No, just kidding. They've been number 1 almost every week. Lake Stevens, number 2. Curtis, number 3. Camus, number 4. Moses Lake at 5. Skyview drops, but to 6. Skyview at 6. Emerald Ridge at 7. East Lake at 8. Eastmont at 9. Chiawana at 10. Still not pictured the Gonzaga Prep Bullpups. Also Kamayakin, a couple of teams that are really good in the 4A ranks. Tyson, explain yourself.
Well, there's a lot of teams that aren't mentioned that really could be. I had some dialogue with a coach from Kennedy Catholic today. He's like, I'm starting to feel a little disrespected, and I can understand his sentiments. As I said before, I think you could pick 18 teams from 4A that all you could throw their name into the conversation. To explain, before I dig into who's in there, to explain why Gonzaga Prep and Kennedy Catholic are not. They both have a tough road loss that was out of state. You kind of throw that out the door. But then other than that, they don't really have a staple win against another team that is up to their level of competition so far on the docket. Gonzaga Prep will get a chance at that this next week. But, it's nothing against those teams. It's more of a byproduct of the league that they play in. So they would be my also mention. But jumping into the top 10, Graham Kapowson's been number 1 since preseason. They will most likely stay there, although they're going to get a great test this week with my number 7, Emerald Ridge. Lake Stevens at number 2. I think there's been no debate. Those are 1 and 2 all year. You could flip a coin as to who you want where, or depends if you're from Lake Stevens or not. Curtis, sitting at number 3. I think that's valid. Their resume speaks for itself. They've probably played more competitive games against good opponents than most anybody on this list so far this year. Camus, you've got to take for real. I think I took Skyview for real, and some might discount Skyview now based off of that game, but it's like Skyview is really good, but Camus is really good too. You're talking about a team that lost to 1 against Yelm. Moses Lake deserved a bump. They go from 7 to 5. Sunnyside's a team that has given a few teams over here problems this year so far, maybe not beating them, but most like hanging 50 on them, and Sunnyside only scoring 13. That's a good win. Skyview drops from 3 to 6 with that loss. I still think they are better than Emerald Ridge top to bottom. I really was kind of concerned with that Emerald Ridge 12-0 win over Bellarmine last week. I think they're the most vulnerable of teams inside this top 10. To do a game prediction early, I think they're going to be a 2-loss team after this week. Eastlake really has answered the bell. Their only loss is by 8 to Lake Stevens. They could definitely be higher on this list. I kind of throw Skyview, Emerald Ridge, and Eastlake into the same category. And then you have to put Eastmont in the top 10. It could be Skyline's not the best team in King Co, but to come over playing on the road at Skyline, a team with rich history, good turnout at their games, beat them 21-3. Got to take that one seriously. And then Chiawana has just been rolling the last few weeks. You could argue a Kamiakin. Well, Chiawana beat Kamiakin beat Chiawana, but Chiawana was the one of those two able to beat Kennewick. And I think recently they've just been playing a little bit better football overall. But there's quite a few teams. Bothel's the only team that essentially Bothell dropped out of the top 10 to replace them with Eastmont after Bothel's loss last week to Woodinville, 38-20.
Well, that's a lot to digest.
I'm sorry. Matt, you wanted me to run through it.
Yeah, no, I love it.
I run for a while.
I love it. Thanks, Foreman. I love it. Matt,
I just need a heart monitor on.
Matt, I knew what these rankings were coming into this. What's your raw reaction?
For 4A, I don't think it's very bad at all. I think I'd personally bump Eastlake up to 6. I'd have them 6, Skyview 7, Emerald Ridge 8. I think Eastlake's they're coming off a massive win, and I think they will get bumped up, especially if Emerald Ridge does lose the GK. Although if Emerald Ridge wins over GK this week, then these rankings will be chaos through about 2 through 10. But that's the only one that jumps off the page to me. I think GK has solidified themselves as 1. Lake Stevens 1A would be more like it. They're definitely one of the top 2 teams, and I think you nailed it with Curtis at 3. There's some fogginess in the middle. I'm not super familiar with Moses Lake, so I'm going to go ahead and trust you on this one. I hope you don't break that trust. Camas at 4, I think that might be a little bit of recency bias, but I think their defense has earned them that spot. So I don't think you can really pick at that one too much. The only one to me is I think Eastlake would be up to 6 if it was my rankings.
I agree, and I agree. Like I said, 6, 7, and 8, all 6-1 teams. I think you could organize them either way. But of those 3, Eastlake probably does have the most impressive resume. Looking back on the one loss they have is to perennially one of the best teams in the state, especially being a 1-score loss. It's not like they got blown out by Lake Stevens there, James.
All right, let's get into it here. So, obviously, I'm okay with Graham Kapowson being number 1. I'm also totally okay with Lake Stevens being number 2. Curtis at 3, love it. I think absolutely correct. Camas at 4, to me, still too high. I think that they're very much a good team. But we're putting a lot more emphasis on how good Skyview was going into that game. I'm not saying Eastmont's better than Skyview, okay? I can't make that assertion. But I can say that Skyview beat Bothell. Eastmont beat Skyline, so a couple of teams, I won't say in the middle of the pack because Bothell's still kind of near the top of the Kingco, but how those 2 teams would match up in a head-to-head setting, not quite sure. Skyview at 6 to me seems a little bit high. I would have Emerald Ridge above them, and I would probably have Eastlake above them as well. And I think that Eastlake going to Mount Si winning by 2 isn't going to look like much. But Snoqualmie is a very difficult place to play. And Eastlake, coming out and gutting a win out on the road is very big. I think that the biggest question for Eastlake is can they sustain it? Because they've played a lot of tough games so far this season. They played Lake Stevens at home. They lost by a touchdown, which shows that they are very real. I would personally have those teams all above Skyview. 9 and 10, Eastmont definitely deserves to be in the top 10. They may even deserve to be a little bit higher. they'll have a chance to be higher when they play Moses Lake coming up here in a little bit. But when we look at a team like, Gonzaga Prep, who we don't see here, look at a team like Kamaikan. Kamaikan did lose to Moses Lake head-to-head, but it was a weird game, and it was a 1-point loss. It was at home. We'd see how that would play out again. My biggest question is what we're going to do next week. If Emerald Ridge beats Graham Kapowsin, I mean, are we still going to justify Graham Kapowsin at number 1? I mean, depending on how bad they lose, are we going to finally put Lake Stevens clearly above them?
Lake Stevens would definitely have to take it. I'll just preface this question for you guys in this way. Camas at 4. So last week and every other week before that, you were okay with Skyview being at 3, right? I mean, they were undefeated.
Yeah, but not after basically scored 3 points this week. I mean, yeah, they ended up with
scored 9. They scored 9. But let's put it this way. Would you pick any of these teams behind Camas to go play Yelm and it be a 7-6 game? Or would you take Yelm by more than 1 score? And for me, I'm taking Yelm over any of these teams after this because we know how good Yelm is. So Camas beating Skyview really validated that effort by Camas was not a fluke in my mind.
Well, before I answer that, I'll counter with another question. Are you seriously going to take Camas over Emerald Ridge right now in a head-to-head?
Yeah.
Are you going to take Camas over Eastlake right now?
Emerald Ridge scored 12 against Bellarmine last week. Like, that's no slight to Bellarmine. I'll take Camas. I will take Camas.
Or Emerald Ridge's offense?
I'll take Camas because I think, seeing a kid like Skakel throw 1 pick and have 150 yards against a under 500 team in Bellarmine, that's a concern to me because we know that is the main cog of their team. Granted, they still won, but imagine if they were playing a team that had a better offense than Bellarmine in that game. They would have been in big trouble. And Camas, Camas's defense is probably better than Bellarmine's, ironically. To answer Jake's question, Battleground, they are also in contention. They're 7-0, but they don't have a staple win either. And that's the main reason why Gonzaga Prep's not on here. Kennedy Catholic's not on here. 4A as a whole, there are, like I said, there is 16 to 18 teams that all have good resumes. But in my mind, these 10 have all had the biggest staple wins against other teams that play up to their level of competition in terms of talent.
Bro, even Ridgeline and Richland are good 4A teams too.
They are. That's what I mean. You could throw 20 teams into the conversation that will be competitive overall. But, Gonzaga Prep goes and beats Mount Spokane. There's one for them, even though they're going down in classification. Mount Spokane's a good team. It's kind of unfortunate for Kennedy Catholic that they play in such a bad league overall. And we know Highland's a good team, but that's one reason I think they're slightly discounted is they dang near gave that game up. And that's why they didn't make it. But overall, like I said, are you taking Emerald Ridge over a Yelm or to even play a team like Yelm in a 7-6 win? This is hypothetical.
No, that's not a fair hypothetical.
It is because it validates Camas's talent level. Like,
where's the game being played?
Neutral site, or say even at Emerald Ridge or at Camas. I don't care.
It has to be at Emerald Ridge if you're going to even entertain that thought.
I think the point to be made here is most everybody was okay with Skyview at 3 last week. And now that they lost to Camas, everyone's like, oh, Skyview's they're not that good. It's like, no, Camas is that good.
I didn't say they're not that good.
You wouldn't even have them at 6 now because they lost to Camas, as if that's some sort of bad loss.
Here. 6 and 8 aren't that far apart. Matt, you talk for a little bit.
My big thing is, Tyson, you kept asking, am I taking Camas or Yelm, or if I'm taking either of these teams over Yelm? I'm taking Emerald Ridge over Camas. I think that's more, important than if I take either of these teams and make it that close over Yelm. I think these teams match up are better than Camas. I think Camas matches up well with Yelm, but I think when you're putting 2 teams head to head, I'm taking Emerald Ridge and I'm taking Eastlake over Camas. personally.
I think it's a fair assessment. It's
Oh, so
It's
now
just
it's a
a-
No,
fair
hold on.
assessment.
I
No,
don't
no.
want you to give me fair assessment. I want you to
No.
jump at me like Nick, all right? I just want
No,
that
I
on
mean,
the table. I
it-
can take it.
you guys didn't let me finish my sentence, first of all, but it is a fair assessment in that they all are 6-1 teams with a good record, but Camas beating a team like Skyview, who I personally think that well deserving of that 3 spot the whole rest of the season. How can you say that? Well, Skyview wasn't the number 3 team before that. They weren't solidified in that position, so Camas doesn't deserve to move up in the same realm. Yelm is a hypothetical question. Obviously, most of these teams aren't going to play Yelm, but everybody and their brother thought that Yelm was going to blow Camas's doors off week 1, and they didn't. And Camas has proceeded to blow everybody else's doors off since that game. And then they go and they play a team in Skyview that has beat Bothell, beat Jesuit. Jesuit's not as good as they used to be. We've kind of found that out late as the season has gone on, if you're looking at any Oregon teams. But, do any of these other teams below them have as big of a win as Camas does over Skyview? I mean, Eastlake's wins in their who?
Eastlake winning at Mount Si is not anything to sneeze at. That's a tough game. Camas at Mount Si. I got
Didn't
a tough name.
Mount Si lost to freaking Skyline.
So what?
Well, then you got to talk about Eastmont. I mean, that's what I mean. Like you can't say that Eastlake's big, or now I'm getting all messed up on Kinko teams, but you can't say a win like Skyline is even worth mentioning in the same conversation as a win versus Skyview for that matter. Moses Lake had a good win against Kamiakin. A lot of people still think Kamiakin's a top 10 team. That's one for them. Skyview's got Bothell under their realm. They got, like I said, they've got Jesuit. Eastlake, yeah, they beat Mount Si. They are sitting at 4-0 in their division. Pretty darn good. Chiawana's beaten Kennewick. And then at 9, I got to let my ticker go by again to even collect my thoughts. But at 9, Eastmont, their biggest win is Skyline, but they are undefeated. So from 3 to 10, I think Camas's win over Skyview is bigger than anybody else that falls in that rank. And I'm open to hear a suggestion of what would be a bigger win than that one, but I can't name it myself.
Well, I mean, you're splitting here. Curtis is ranked ahead of Camas. I mean, that's probably the biggest win so far of the season, beating Emerald Ridge out of anything that's on the ticker right now. But yeah.
Well, yeah, and that's why Curtis is solidified at number 3. And they really had, if it wasn't for a Hail Mary at halftime, that game with Graham Kapowson was still a 1-score game, but that was the score that made the difference. 1 through 3 is a lock in my mind. There's nobody that deserves to be in 1 through 3 higher than any or more than any of those 3 teams. Most people aren't going to buy Moses Lake at 5. I've seen him live twice this year. That Kamiakin game, they didn't even get credit for that win early in the year from other publications. It was like Kamiakin and Chiawana was still ranked and Moses Lake wasn't. So they're kind of like a floater in the air until people start believing in them. But yeah, overall, I mean, like if I'm going to agree with any point you guys have made the most, it'd be Matt saying that Eastlake would deserve to be ahead of Skyview. I do agree with that. But I mean, Emerald Ridge doesn't have a staple win. Who have they beat that's like big besides maybe Sumner?
That's an unfair statement. That is so unfair. They play a league schedule that is 9 games deep. They don't have a chance to schedule anybody outside of the conference. I mean, they lost to Curtis. They play Graham Kapowson this week. I mean, they've beaten pretty much every other team that they've played up until this point. And that league is pretty decent. I mean, I've been told it's the best league since God created a league of football in Washington State. So, I don't know if that's true or not. But still, I mean, what are we going to do? Like,
it's true, but you can only base their resume off of the teams that they have beat being big time. They don't have that win yet. I mean, Curtis hung 50 on them. That was if anything, they showed that they have against a top talent team. Their defense has a few holes. Granted, Curtis has done that to a lot of people, but then you throw them against a bottom barrel team in the SPSL and they put up 12 points. Like, a win's a win, but I mean, if Lake Stevens beat Jackson 12-0, you'd be like, what the hell? That
because that league
you got to find some justification there.
Look, without saying something really terrible, that league is not good. So we'll just leave it at that. Wesco 4A is not good. If Glacier Peak is your second best team and they're beating Marysville Pilchuck 21-7, I'm sorry. I'm not taking a win over Mariner seriously. I'm not taking a win over Kamiak seriously. I'm not taking a win over the Washington School for the Deaf seriously. It doesn't matter who it is. I'm sorry, that's just not going to be my thing. I'm not going to be interested in that. Versus if you beat a Bethel, a Puyallup, an Olympia, week in, week out, right? Those are still pretty decent teams. Matt could tell you. He sees them a lot and broadcasts them a lot.
I will say that when it comes to Emerald Ridge, I look at that game with Olympia. I know Olympia is nothing special. They beat Olympia 34-0. GK beat Olympia 27-13. So, I mean, that league has some trap games in there, especially when you have so many Sharks. You have teams getting overlooked, and there's a lot of trap games. So I think just making it through without really dropping one that is a should-win game is pretty impressive. That's just my thoughts on the SPSL 4A.
Yeah, I mean, we don't need to spend a tremendous amount of time further on this because I think we're just going to end up going back in circles and kind of coming to the same conclusions. I will say this, Tyson. I think that a lot of what you're basing on is Camus's 1-point loss to Yelm. And I think right now Yelm, if that game is played again, I think Yelm would have no problem winning by a couple scores. And I mean, it's easy to get sucked into that. But outside of that, their non-league schedule, I mean, they beat Glacier Peak. They beat Kelso, right? I mean, they're not like playing like the toughest teams in the world either. No offense. I just don't think that they did beat Skyview. Yes. And Skyview did beat A and beat B. I get that mindset, but I was the first to say it, by the way, Matt. I agree. But I think that Emerald Ridge would be favored over Camas. I think East Lake would be favored over Camas. Hell, I think Moses Lake would be favored over Camas.
I don't think Camas is a team that's going to blow many teams out. I mean, you look at who they beat. I think they played Lincoln earlier this year, and it was a relatively close game. If I can pull that up while I continue to talk. So they're not blowing out a ton of teams. That's not how they're built. Yeah, they beat Lincoln 21-7, beat Kelso by 12 as well. So the margin of victory for Camas, I think, shouldn't be, necessarily a factor against them or for them because that's not how they're built to win football games. You nailed it 1 and 2. I think clearly have separated themselves in GK and Lake Stevens. Curtis, I 100% agree at 3, and we'll see how this week plays out for the rest of the top 10, I guess.
I don't envy you though, buddy. I think it's tough. I think 4A is really tough. I think like it's a sign of how tough it is. The fact that you don't have Gonzaga Prep on here, that you don't have Battleground on here. Battleground's still undefeated at 7-0. I think that's crazy to think. So anyway,
I'll just leave it at this. Camas is the only team to score double-digit points against Skyview all year so far.
Yeah.
That's it.
No, I agree with that. That is definitely the way it is. Anything else? So then that's it? Yep.
Yeah.
All right. See, we're already off to a good start, aren't we?
Hey.
One class down.
4 more to go, baby.
Let's do it. Hey, this one's going to be pretty easy, I think. This is the 3A rankings. O'Day at 1, Yelm at 2, Eastside Catholic 3, Arlington at 4, Bellevue at 5, Monroe at 6, Kennewick at 7, Mount Spokane at 8, Gig Harbor at 9, and Garfield at 10. The rankings look fairly similar to last week, except you got Arlington and Bellevue flip-flop, I don't think that there was really a lot that could change from last week to this week based on the results. And, even though that there really isn't a lot that's eligible to be changed, buddy, I will say that I think that the 3A rankings look pretty accurate overall. I do think Monroe is a pretty good team. But other than that, I mean, I even though Eastside Catholic's got 2 losses, I would have a hard time picking Arlington over them. I'd have a hard time picking Bellevue over them. I think that you're right on the money with those.
Go ahead,
Tyson.
No, please do.
I am very high on Kennewick. I'd still bump them up a little bit more, but I understand why they are down ranked at 7. I love that you have Arlington at 4. I think that's a great move. And I'm a little bit higher on Monroe than Nick is. I understand these rankings 100%. This is just my eye test on where I'd bump teams, but based on results, I think you nailed it. Gig Harbor at 9, maybe bump them back to 10 is what I'd do, but I think they've earned their way into the top 10. So I agree with Nick. I think 3A, it's hard to really argue anything based on the results that we've seen and what you've put together here.
Yeah, I mean, the other teams that I've left off, that I still got my eye on are the Ridgelines, Mountain View, Mount Tahoma. You're talking a 4-3 team there. Auburn at 6-1. Granted, kind of a weak schedule. Lincoln at another 4-3 team. Really, I think 3A is probably the easiest to do for me. Overall, I mean, Arlington, it's not like their win over Oak Harbor was super impressive to bump them up above Bellevue, but I think ultimately being at 7-0 and beating everybody 42 to something is, impressive regardless of who the opponent is. And they're a team that's kind of shown they can win in multiple different ways so far this year. Bellevue will have a bye this week, so, they'll probably stay where they belong. I'm high on Monroe too, but I do that with a little bit of skepticism because I was really high on them last year too, being undefeated, until the very end pretty much. And I guess we'll see as the season goes on with them. But I kind of look at them like Mount Spokane. They're both undefeated. They both have good teams. They just haven't necessarily had the toughest schedule compared to some of these other teams on the list. Gig Harbor and Garfield, those could definitely be a coin toss. I kind of got down on Garfield. I think it was after their game against, granted tough league, their game against Bishop Blanchette, and then the week before, just skating by against Seattle Prep. I thought maybe they're a little susceptible to, playing down to the competition. Since then, they've kind of answered that, beaten Ballard 56-13, and then, obviously playing Eastside Catholic and Eastside Catholic winning that game handily. I expected that outcome. And then I picked Rainier Beach just for our guy Corey Sampson's sake of knowing he's a good coach and kind of rooting for the underdog. But they obviously have the big name players. But overall, looking at Gig Harbor, just the way they've played the last few weeks, 46-2. Week before that, beat River Ridge 59-12. The one game that I kind of look at with a little bit more like maybe Gig Harbor's not as good as I think they are is their game against Timberline. Timberline's a pretty solid team, but speaking of Yelm, Gig Harbor was 17-14 with Timberline. And then at Timberline, then Yelm goes out to Timberline and beats them 54-7. Granted, Gig Harbor was still kind of breaking in a new quarterback. So, but frankly, I don't think there's any teams outside of the top 10 that deserve to be ahead of any of these.
Fair statement for sure. I have no beefs with where the teams are at here, really. Nothing to get too overly excited about. I would say that Arlington deserves to be ahead of Bellevue in the rankings. I would choose Bellevue in a game head-to-head. I I would probably choose Kennewick over Arlington in a game head-to-head as well. But based on what they've done so far in their resume, I think that they very much deserve to be where they're at. And if there's a team that has an opportunity to really move this week, other than Garfield obviously beating the number one team in O'Day, because that moves you. But I think that Mount Spokane, if they're able to beat Gonzaga Prep this week, and still remain undefeated, I would be definitely bumping them above the likes of Kennewick and Monroe. And I don't know about Arlington quite yet, but I would consider them into the top 5 fringe. In terms of rankings, I would still choose Bellevue over them in a head-to-head situation. I'd still choose Eastside Catholic above them, despite those two teams having 2 losses and the other teams being undefeated. But that's the difference between like playing the game on the field and playing your resume. Because I think that the resume would justify them being ahead in terms of where they're ranked. But in a 4-5 matchup, it really does not matter at all. A 4-5 matchup, it's going to be played on a neutral site, and the result's going to be the result. Because they're both going to be there. You know what I'm saying? The difference is splitting hairs.
Yeah, totally. Like, there really wasn't much to change with all 10 of these teams winning last week. It was more. We had a kind of a question a couple of weeks ago. How does Arlington break into that top 4 ahead of Eastside Catholic and Bellevue? And just to bring it up, them showing how diverse they can win games, running the ball, playing defense, and being able to throw, where Bellevue's kind of turned into a little bit more of that old school Bellevue one-trick pony. Granted, it was an expensive pony. They're pretty good at what they do. But, you just got to take Arlington seriously. That's been a kind of a league with a lot of parity this year, but they are clearly in tier 1 and nobody else has even come close to touching them. Nick must have had to take a bathroom break.
Nick sneaking away right as we're moving into 2A.
What happened?
Yeah. What?
He was putting some more ammunition in his gun. Don't worry.
I'm just kidding. I was definitely reloading. I heard everything you were saying. I kept the headset on. I think Arlington is a very, 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 very good team. And I think that your schedule can only test you as much as possible in terms of, who's on it in your league as well. The league has kind of been Jekyll and Hyde with where Arlington has been at. They have had some teams pull off some shocking wins. Pilchuck and Getchell and Ferndale, they've each had their shots, so to speak. Stanwood's a little bit down this year. We were kind of high on Stanwood heading into the season. Obviously, that hasn't played out to the expectations. I don't think you can hold a lot against Arlington's league. But in terms of like the teams that are, let's say, above them, I think there's a pretty big gap still between O'Day, Yelm, and Eastside Catholic and Arlington. And that's no slight on Arlington at all. I think that they're a very, very, very good team. But, I would bet, everything behind me that those 3 teams in front of them are still going to be alive when it comes to the semifinal round.
Yeah, Arlington still is going to have a lot to prove when it comes playoff time, but just doing what they did to a team like Ferndale that has shown they're pretty formidable. It cemented them as the clear favorites coming out of that league, and whether or not that league's competitive compared to some of the others remains to be seen.
Yeah, Arlington, you really can't argue against what they've done thus far, but I think you're right. Those top 3 are clear top 3. There's not really an argument. It's everything after where it gets a little bit foggier.
All right. Let's move on. This is our bread and butter, Matt.
Oh, I know. I watched since you called me out about not watching the one before I came on, so.
When did I do that?
You called me out to my face, so I respect it, but I think that doesn't happen again.
Oh, what'd I say?
I don't remember.
Okay.
There's something about I didn't watch because you mentioned me. Something like that.
Oh, I think it was something about the Cougars, actually. I can't remember what it was.
Cougars or Packers. You do that a lot.
No. Nick does like to call people out to their face, like when he ran me over with the bus against Coach Cooper and Sampson about having Highline down at like number 8.
I respect a good face-to-face call out.
It's direct for sure.
Yeah. Hey, the best way to get the reaction is unprepared right at you, so what can
My
I say?
ribs are still healing considering Cooper was like, despite what happened to him at UW, it was one of my favorite players ever. And here I am. Highline is caught me with my pants down on that one.
Yeah. Hey, Coach Coop, Tyson thinks Highline sucks. So what do you think about that? No.
Yeah, that was a tough one to speak and find the right words. That's for sure.
No, sorry about that, Matt and Tyson. I don't mean to call you out.
It's all in good. It's all in good faith.
Totally.
It sounds like it. You got like one of them kill boards, like the dude from Billy Madison right now. Like
no, I got some
trick or treat
stuff behind me. Yeah.
All right, let's get into 2A. Tumwater at 1, Enumclaw 2, Anacortes at 3. Coach Coop's boys at number 4 at Highline, Linden 5, the scariest 5 seed in history. North Kitsap at 6, Cedar Woolley 7, Ridgefield 8, Washougal 9, Woodland 10. Man, oh man. I was talking to Tyson earlier. Matt, this is your raw reaction time again. For those who don't know, Matt didn't look at the rankings like I did.
I did it on
Tyson,
purpose,
I love it. Tyson, I think that any of the top 5 teams can win the state championship this year. After that, though, I really don't have a lot of faith. They'll definitely be there because, 11 other teams have to be. But I would ultimately go with one of the top 5 seeds. Wherever the order ends up being is still to be determined. I'll tell you this much. Enumclaw is definitely going to be a top 3 seed no matter what. They're not moving from that. They will definitely be a top 3 seed. Linden and Anacortes, though, is a little bit different story. If Anacortes ends up winning that game, which is their next game, by the way, after the the Coat Factory forfeit, I definitely feel that Anacortes is playing for the 1 seed. If Anacortes wins against Linden and clinches the Northwest Conference, I think that they will surpass Tumwater, regardless of how impressive Tumwater has been. I just feel ultimately that's because of the toughness of the league that Anacortes plays in. If Linden ends up winning, there's an outside chance they could still be playing for the top seed. Although I do think Tumwater is deserving of it as of right now, any of those top 5 teams can still kind of be moved around. Highline can win out, and they can win 70-0 in their next 2 games. The only game that's going to look good on paper is the game against Renton. And they very well may have a top 2, top 1 team this year, with their only loss being to 4A Kennedy Catholic. But, man, after that, there's really just a lot of mud that we don't know who's going to, spin out of it.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and say Anacortes. I don't know what Nick's doing right now. Anacortes, I'd personally bump up over Enumclaw. But, again, I think what Nick said, Linden potentially being the 1 seed, I don't think there's a chance that happens because I don't think Tumwater, Enumclaw, and Anacortes all finish with a loss. I think Tumwater and Enumclaw are both safe bets that they're going to finish undefeated. Anacortes, of course, has to play Linden. I get to go call that game. I am beyond excited to go up there. Yeah, I'm stoked. That is going to be an absolute blast.
I called it.
You called it. You almost spoiled it, but no.
I didn't mean to.
It
was like a hopeful prayer.
You're fine. I teased it a little bit more. But, yeah, that game is going to determine a lot about these rankings. If I agree, though, with you, Nick, that if Anacortes does win, I think you have to put them at number 1. But if Anacortes loses that, I think you bump Linden over Highline, and that's about as far as you can move Linden up. You can't move Linden past those undefeated teams because Tumwater and Enumclaw have been so impressive in being undefeated so far. But I also think you add North Kitsap in, I think the top 6, I could see winning a state title.
I totally agree with that. North Kitsap's really, they kind of started a little sluggish. There was some tougher opponents, but they've really been a well-oiled machine the last few weeks, and they were there last year. Obviously, can't really consider Cedro Woolley as a contender, but that's kind of a big bird to the selection process and how that all plays out. But no, I agree with Anacortes and Linden potentially playing for the 1 seed. I think Anacortes has more to gain than Linden in that realm, being that they are still undefeated, like Matt said. I don't see how you can put Linden at the 1 seed with 1 loss over those other 2. If you do, I feel like you're basing more of that opinion off of the team they've been than their resume this year. Not that 1 loss to Ferndale is blemished by any means, but Tumwater's just blowing everybody out. Enumclaw, pretty much the same story. I kind of received some flack for having Anacortes still at 3 from other outside sources. And, frankly, if I had – speaking of number 1 in my hearts, they are the number 1 team in my heart. And if I was to put them at number 1, I can't imagine how much flack I'd receive in that realm. But overall, I think if they were to play a Tumwater or Enumclaw, looking at the team at this point in the season, those are 2 teams that would give them a lot of trouble. Linden, Tumwater, and Enumclaw, I think all are very similar teams in the fact that they're very physical running the ball. Kastner from Tumwater's not built quite the same way as like Trachty and Hepner are, but they're teams that like to run the ball, can throw the ball. They're very efficient Linden hasn't been so efficient when throwing the ball this year, but we know, what kind of athlete they have at that position. But Anacortes, they beat Linden. I still have a hard time putting them above Tumwater. Tumwater's just got the size, and I mean they've got the size of their kids compared to a lot of other schools at certain positions that you don't usually see it at is kind of unmatched. And I think they're kind of they will be the 1 seed no matter what. So overall, I kind of mentioned, you could have Anacortes be the 1 seed if they beat Linden, but at the same time, in my mind, I still don't think you can take Tumwater out of that spot. They look too good.
I will also say that when it comes to Highline versus Linden, personally, I mean, I'm picking Linden to win that game every time, but I think Highline's loss is actually better than Linden's loss. Linden's loss to Ferndale in week 1, Highline's 7-point loss to Kennedy Catholic. I think that's a better loss. And I also demand in these rankings next week, whoever wins the game between Aberdeen and WF West, I think they need to sneak in that top 10 personally.
What say you, Nick?
All right. Look, if you don't think for 1 second that if Linden wins against Anacortes that they don't have a chance to get to the 1 seed still, you're outside of your mind, right? I get Tumwater's been super impressive this year, but we've seen how much the committee values the Northwest Conference and winning it. And beating a team that's undefeated in Anacortes and beating Cedro Woolley, who won't participate, who's still in the rankings for some reason, and beating Seaholm as well. And then, there's a lot of people that would say that Archbishop and, Lakewood and Squalicum are still tough wins. Losing to Ferndale hurts them, obviously, but it was the first game of the year and they lost by, 3 points? I mean, we saw Enumclaw go undefeated last season and get the 4 seed. Right. So, and North Kitsap had lost to Tumwater. I'll address the North Kitsap team. I think that they have a good team. Do they have a team that can win the state championship against any of those 5 above them? Absolutely not. The only team that I would give them a chance against would be maybe Highline. Maybe. Any of those other teams that they play, I would not give them a chance to win at all. We already saw what happened with Tumwater and North Kitsap at North Kitsap earlier this year. Is it later on in the season? Is there a chance to learn from your mistakes and play them for a second time? Sure. But if you're asking me who I'm going to be betting on every time, I would bet on those 5 teams above North Kitsap any day of the week, twice on Sunday. Do I think Tumwater is the best team? Probably. Yeah. I would right now, I would put my money on them to win the whole thing, even if Anacortes beats Linden. Depending on what the score is in that game, I probably would still feel comfortable with Tumwater because I think that they play the best defense as well in the classification. I think that their defense is incredibly underrated because their offense looks so good. But to say that Linden doesn't have a chance to get the number one, depending on how the result of that game goes, you're telling me if they beat an undefeated Anacortes like 42-14, that you're not going to be in that room considering it, that there's not going to be serious consideration for them to earn that? I think that there would be. Like, if you're stacking their schedule up with Enumclaws and the league schedule and with Highlines, you're not walking away thinking that they're better. Are you? Are you thinking the EVCO schedule is going to be better long term? We saw WF West against Linden, right? If there's such a plateau, if there's such a difference here, I just don't see it.
No, I don't think that it'd be crazy if they did lock down that number one spot, but I think overall you'd kind of have to base that off of their resume in past seasons compared to this year. They had a few games where they barely won. Linden did.
Agreed.
Granted, they were wins, but they're not Linden of the last 2 years. And to consider, just because they win the NWC, like Matt said, I'd say Highline's loss is more impressive than Linden's. So
Agreed.
If you put, Linden beats an Anacortes, that's probably a better win than say a Tumwater or Enumclaw have had all year. But then again, they do have a blemish where they wouldn't. So it's not that I don't think there's a chance. I just don't think it would be that deserved. It would be hindered more on it's Linden,
I think
hold on real quick, Matt. I think to counter that, I think that it would be more it's the Northwest Conference and Linden, not necessarily it's just Linden. I think that there's such a premium on that league schedule year in and year out that would be the first factor to determine it. And yes, I do think that they would get some consideration for being the two-time defending champions.
Let's just use this for example, though. Last year, North Kitsap one loss to a Tumwater team that was not near as good. That was their one loss, right?
Yeah, they lost to Tumwater.
A Tumwater team that isn't near as good as it is this year. Anacortes had one loss by one score to Linden, and North Kitsap got a higher seed out of that at the selection committee. So,
but we know why that happened, though.
We do, but at the same time, I mean, it's probably the same selection committee this year.
Well,
so
that's
is it going to weigh out?
Listen, that makes the point for me right there. If you're able to be swayed one way or the other, just based on who's presenting the facts here, I mean, I think that a lot of people are going to agree with the argument that, hey, we're the Northwest Conference champions. I mean, we should definitely be considered the number one seed. We lost to Ferndale, for crying out loud. Matt, jump in.
Nick, what do you think the final score is if Tumwater plays Archbishop Murphy?
I mean, Matt, it's so hard to say, man. I mean, really, I know where you're going with that, and I'm just going to say, listen, hold on. Last year, I thought Tumwater was going to have no problem with Cedro, but they ended up getting, almost, walloped by him for the most part. I mean, it was closer late, but I know what you're saying. Archbishop has improved a lot over the season. I would say that, compare Tumwater to Seaholm, compare Tumwater to Cedro again this year. Archbishop, we're getting a little bit too far down in the standings. I see what you're saying, though. I understand you want to say that Tumwater is going to beat them 49-7, which could happen. But at the same time, going into the playoffs last year, I thought there was no way Tumwater was losing that game.
I mean, Archbishop's sitting here at 3-4 right now, and Linden beat them by 7. Mm-hmm. I get it. I get those kind of games happen. But we've seen nothing on the field that can make you say Linden should be ahead of Tumwater. Tumwater has shown really no flaws. They really have rarely struggled this season against anyone. The only real comparison we have is that they absolutely blew out Burlington Edison, and I get it. Linden does the same, in my opinion, if they play, I think in most everyone's opinion. But there's just nothing that you can look at Tumwater and say Linden should be ahead of them because of this. There's nothing.
They only have one common opponent, and that's WF West so far, and they both won by very sizable margins.
Blew it out, yeah. Blew them out, and I called that WF West Linden game. I was able to see that one in person. There was a lot of explosive plays. I think Linden missed as well, so I think that could have been even worse than it was. But when it comes down to Tumwater and Linden, on the field, there's just nothing you can take or circle when it comes to Tumwater that has me believing they should be bumped out of the top spot. I think you can say the same thing about Enumclaw too. Enumclaw plays in a league that's not very strong either. But guess what? They're dominating everyone they play. You can't knock them down for just playing who's on the schedule.
Look, I want to go on record and say that I don't think that they're the best team, Linden. I think that if they win against Anacortes next week, that they will be under legitimate consideration. That's basically what I'm saying at this point. Do I think that a team like Enumclaw, that's being overlooked in this entire conversation, has had a better season? Probably. Yes, I would say that. I think that they've had a better season and a good resume. The Mount Tahoma win looks good. I think Highline shutting out Rainier Beach 42-0 looks good. I think that their close loss to Kennedy Catholic looks really good. I'm just saying that there will be consideration, even if Tumwater is undefeated. That's all.
I totally agree there'll be consideration, but to reiterate, I don't think it would be as deserved as it should be if another team was in that situation, and it would fall on the hands of, well, it's Linden. They've won 2 in a row, and they're Linden, and they won
more
the
than 2 in a row.
NWC.
They've won
back to
or 6 in a row or something.
State titles.
Oh yeah, that I thought you meant games.
No, I mean state titles. Like
yeah.
Their resume from the last 2 years would give them like leverage in that conversation more than the product that they've actually put on the field this year. Barely getting by Archbishop, like you said, playing a close game with Seahome for 3 quarters. These are games that, like Matt said, Tumwater hasn't had hiccups like that. They haven't had games that were close. So if you're going to throw Linden into the conversation, it's strictly based off of they won the NWC, but even more than that, it's based off of, well, we love Linden because we know that they're good. And there's a bias that plays into that more than their actual, what they've put on the field this year. I would argue that, if Anacortes was to win that game, they actually have a resume with less hiccups than Linden.
No question.
That would be more deserving of that number 1 spot than, say, a Linden would be if Linden beats Anacortes. But Anacortes doesn't have the back-to-back state titles in their back pocket as like this little card to play that, well, we're Linden. We are the best. And not that Linden's going to be in that room, but none of us are disagreeing with your point. I think it's just the point being that, yeah, they're definitely going to be in the conversation.
It's the conference.
For sure.
It's not just Linden. It's the fact of that the conference is. I just want to close this out before I move on. Would you say that the strength of schedule that Linden plays is greater than Tumwater's right now? Yes or
no? I'd have to pull up Tumwater's schedule. Overall, the NWC wasn't as good as they were last year.
I'll say yes, Nick.
I'll just say like a team like Seahome, not near as good as they were last year. So you have to, really the only staple wins out of the NWC, in my opinion, are Anacortes and Cedar Woolley. And, that's a tougher league than Tumwater plays in. But when you barely survive your mid – yeah, and that's all we're talking about. And when you barely survive your middle tier teams, like an Archbishop that got mopped by a team like Anacortes, you don't deserve to be in that number 1. That's why they're at number 5, because frankly, they might be the best. When it's all said and done, they might be the best team in the toughest league, but they didn't play like the number 1 seed all year.
All right, I've got a tough one for you guys. All right. Now,
hold on, Matt Evans says I'm right, so I'm right.
Oh, let's see what Matt says.
Linden.
Matt says, if you go by what we've seen this season, I would see Tumwater over Linden. And I don't disagree with what Matt's saying. I'm saying that there will be a legitimate consideration if Linden wins against Anacortes. Now, he says if Anacortes wins, that's an interesting discussion. I don't think it's quite that interesting, honestly. I mean, not to disrespect that angle at all, Matt, but I think that if Anacortes wins, I think that you'd have to I think you'd absolutely have to put him at number one, because my entire argument is based on the Northwest Conference being the best conference. And if Anacortes beats Linden on the road to win the thing, and if you go by what Tyson's saying about Anacortes, their wins against Cedro, their wins against Seaholm, their wins against Archbishop, like Matt mentioned with Archbishop being a comparison, those are far greater than Linden's wins. But there is something to be said, and I know you both will agree because you're both football guys, a team finding a way to win each week is still the team that you're going to bet on. It doesn't matter if they win by 40 or if they win by 2 or 1 each week. The fact is if they keep winning, Linden finds a way to keep winning. I'm just saying, if everything plays out, if Linden beats Anacortes, are you going to bet against them at any point, even against Tumwater? Are you going to bet against them?
I'd still take Tumwater.
Yeah, I don't think there's a team I'm picking over Tumwater with what I've seen from them this season. They're strong everywhere.
All right. Let me get down the line real quick. Cedar Woolley has got to be out of the rankings altogether.
Big middle finger to the WIAA selection committee. I mean, are you really going to put I get why you would put them out to disqualify them, but that's not discount how good of a season they've had, right? I mean,
no. It's
not their fault that the allocation system is the way that it works out. I mean, I'm still taking them over any of those GSHL teams. And there isn't.
I might take Woodland over them, honestly. I think Woodland's just an absolute grinder. They are just a team that's so tough to beat.
Nick's favorite teams in the state are Woodland and La Center, I think.
Listen, let's
move into that La Center argument because Justin's been waiting for it all night.
We will in just like 2 minutes. Okay, you got Ridgefield at 8, Washougal at 9, Woodland at 10. That is absolutely asinine. All right, Woodland beat Washougal, so did Ridgefield. Washougal lost at home to both of them. Washougal needs to be ranked below both of those teams. Woodland should be higher than them. I don't care if it's by 1 spot or by 100 spots. All right, the fact that they lost to both of those teams at home negates them from being ranked above either of them.
See, that's where I just disagree with the whole Washougal and Woodland argument. Yes, Woodland beat them, but Washougal's 2 losses come to what appear to be top 10 teams, and they didn't lay an egg against a team that's not nearly as competitive like Woodland did with their game against, if I could get it open, wasn't it Columbia River that they lost to?
Yes, but there was some things that happened during that game that kind of, helped the result get to where it was. But I do agree that is a loss that you're scratching your head about. Why did that happen? I feel the same way about Washougal with all the talent that they have, losing at home to Woodland and Ridgefield. I don't care if they beat R.A. Long. I don't care if they beat Mark Morris. I don't care if they beat those teams. I care about what they did against the teams that are currently tied for first place in the league in Ridgefield and Woodland. That's what I care about. Matt, get in there and settle the debate.
I mean, it's hard to argue against head-to-head, really it is. But you can also look at what, say, a Woodland did to Hudson's Bay in beating him 41-10 and Ridgefield losing to Hudson's Bay 28-24. So I actually think that you should probably bump Woodland up over Ridgefield is my big thing out of those 3. I get that they lost to Columbia River, but that loss to Hudson's Bay looks worse now than it did at the time for Ridgefield. So, I mean, all of them have not good losses. I think it's really tough to rank those 3, but I think if you did rank them, it'd have to go Woodland, Ridgefield, Washougal.
All right, let's move on. Now it's Justin Demashwitz's time. Let's go. This is where everyone's money has been waiting to be put down on right here at the table, the 1A conference. All right. No shock at number 1. See, this is the great thing about number 1 is that we all think that Royal is the best team. And so we're going to argue about all the teams below them because that's what it's going to take to make this interesting. Although Kings at 2 is a really good team. Kashmir at 3 is a really good team. Lakeside at 4 is a really good team. Montesano at 5, very good team. Linden Christian at 6. Nooksack at 7. La Center at 8, Seton Catholic at 9, Cascade Christian at 10. I'm not going to talk first. Tyson, you can talk first.
Well, I think the first two are pretty self-explanatory. I mean, you could make an argument for Lakeside being up there above even Kashmir because of their win over Linden Christian, but I'm kind of basing that off of overall film. I think, Kashmir and Nooksack outside of Royal were my favorite teams to start the year, just in preseason tape. And we're not going to get a lot to be able to really gauge Kashmir overall until the playoff time. Granted, they just survived it. I'm getting ripped apart on Twitter for saying they survived against OMAC, but it's like they were down. They're undefeated. They're backed into a corner, won the game. I would say that's a definition of surviving. But either way, Monty, you can make a case for. They've just blown the doors off of everybody. I think what was it? Outscored opponents. I put it in the notes of my list today. Monty's outscored their opponents 148-0 in the last 3 matchups. They're just rolling over everybody. LC at 6. Kind of have to put them there behind Lakeside, even though, you picked them to win the state title game. They could be as talented as anybody on this list. You can't Nooksack yet because the season isn't over. I mean, I get we touched on this earlier. The likelihood that Mount Baker beats Linden Christian is minimal. But
you
Nooksack
told me how garbage Mount Baker was last week.
I don't think they're that great, but the freaking Browns beat the 49ers last week too.
That's professional.
It doesn't matter. The Mount Baker has played a tough schedule. We've used this argument over and over again too. They have played a really tough schedule. Linden Christian could be like, "Oh, it's our league," and walk into the game like, "Yeah, we're going to state." And then Mount Baker jumps up, gets a couple turnovers off of an offense that frankly can be a little Jekyll and Hyde in Linden Christian. This is just all a metaphorical situation, but to eliminate a team in Nooksack in week 8 that we know is as good as anybody on this list overall, outside of maybe the teams that beat them, Kings and Linden Christian. But Nooksack was a preseason favorite to go to the state title game. I'm not going to cross them off the list because the season's not over yet. And that league isn't fully decided yet, even though the likelihood is small. It's still an outside chance. La Center, probably the most they're kind of like a Mount Spokane for me as far as being, or an Eastmont as far as being undefeated and maybe being disrespected down low on the rankings. But I just really can't find a feasible reason that they should be ahead of any of these teams that they're behind.
They're undefeated.
They are, but that doesn't mean anything if you haven't played as good a teams as some of these others have. Kashmir, maybe you could say they've played a better schedule than Kashmir, but on tape, I like Kashmir a lot more than La Center. Seton Catholic at 9, obviously just barely lost to La Center last week. And then Cascade Christian at number 10. They're really, what cemented them being there was their 2-point loss to Kings a couple weeks ago. And, there's a couple other teams you could consider in the top 10, but there's not many. I'd say Natchez Valley, Freeman, and Granite Falls, but none of them have a resume that is good enough to crack it, in my mind.
Matt, jump in, buddy.
So my biggest gripe, I think, is I would put Lakeside above Kashmir because I think Lakeside has the best win of those 3 through 5 over Linden Christian, and everything else looks pretty similar amongst those teams. So I really think Lakeside has done more than enough to prove that they're the number 3 seed. Cashmere and Montesano, you're really splitting hairs there. I mean, both definitely top 5 teams. Man, Nooksack at 7 with Linden Christian right in front of him at 6. That one makes me scratch my head a little bit too, but then you stay consistent with it with La Center and Seton Catholic at 8 and 9. But man, I don't know what else Lakeside has to do to get bumped up these rankings than beat Linden Christian, who, I mean, they've proven that the Lynx are about as good of a win as you can get at the 1A classification.
What do you think, Tyson?
No, I mean, you're right. Lakeside it probably has a more deserving resume than Cashmere. It comes from I've kind of always, that's where human rankings might be flawed more than a computer. We're not necessarily judging the whole thing, the entire thing by what their common opponent or their strength of schedule has been. I use that as an argument a lot. But when I put on the tape of these two teams, I think Cashmere is a deeper team than Lakeside is. They've got some really good players. That is a very impressive win. Granted, I think if the situation was Lakeside going on the road to Linden Christian in that game, we might have seen a different outcome. I mean, we talked about that when that happened. I picked Lakeside in that game, but mainly due to the fact it was like an 8-hour bus ride for Linden Christian. Not taking anything away with Lakeside. You're correct. They have played. They've answered the bell every single week. And, I had some thoughts about that, especially with Cashmere surviving, quote unquote, to OMAC this week. I expected them to beat OMAC by more. That would be my, to poke at my own hole in my own rankings. That you hit the nail on the head with that. That was really my biggest debate when making the list this week. But ultimately I stuck with what I had before because Cashmere didn't technically do anything wrong to lose that 3 spot. And I'd say overall, since that LC win, they've played pretty comparable schedules in terms of strength.
All right. Listen, Royal is obviously number 1. I got no problem with that. Kings at 2, sure. Again, they haven't lost yet. Again, I mean, with Cashmere at 3, what Matt said there, I do think Lakeside does have a much better win than they do. However, I would have a tough time picking that matchup. I too, like Tyson says, I like Cashmere on film as well. And I think that the teams that they have beaten, like Ephrata, for instance, absolutely boat raced them. And I think OMAC's a good team. Like they have a really, really, really solid team for having around 500 record. So I'm not going to really penalize them. But if you're asking me between Lakeside, Cashmere, and Montesano, which team has looked more impressive this year overall, I would say it's Montesano out of those 3 teams. I think that Montesano has done is they've made the teams that they've played look absolutely no match to them. And some of those teams are, mainly 2A opponents from the EVCO. We think Aberdeen's a pretty decent team. Yeah, they reduced them to rubble. It was 36-7. We thought Black Hills was a good team, a team that made the playoffs last year. What was that, 55-0? 54-0, something like that. Montesano has made a mockery out of the league that we thought we gave a lot of credibility to last year. Yes, Tenino and Eatonville are down. They're not the worst 1A teams in the league. They're about ready to take on those 2 teams the last 2 weeks of the season. We'll see how it goes. But they embarrassed Hoquiam. They embarrassed Elma. I mean, they've done nothing but embarrass the teams that they've played so far this year. So I really think that they deserve to be a little bit higher than 5 with where they're at. Linden Christian and Nooksack Valley, I mean, we got 2 lost teams here in front of an undefeated team in La Center. You told me how great Seton Catholic was on film and how they were going to beat La Center, and they can't even beat him at home. In fact, they choked away the game. I mean, they should have won the game based on how it went. How is La Center behind the teams with 2 losses at this point? They've got
because it's the NWC.
No, and that's the 2A NWC. This doesn't count. All right.
We still know that 1A NWC is just as powerful as the 2A NWC.
Because Royal is definitely the best team, right? So I'm not going to use the NWC argument here, right? But Nooksack has to be like completely wiped off. They can't be considered because we all know, because Tyson told me that Mount Baker sucks, that Linden Christian is going to absolutely demolish them, right? Because that's what they would do. Right, that's what Nooksack did. Nooksack just beat him by what, 30, Tyson? To prove your point from a week ago, that
beat them by more than La Center,
right? But it's a damn shame that La Center's got to be ahead of them because they're actually going to make the playoffs.
Hey, if there was ever a trap game, the likelihood is minimal, but I want to keep the hope alive that Mount Baker could be a trap game for Linden Christian. And Nooksack still has a chance to make the playoffs. And it's the same argument that, for example, it's the same as having Cedar Woolley in there at the 2A level. Both are NWC teams that we know if they got in would be very likely to win a playoff game, if not more than one. And we know Cedar Woolley won't get in. Nooksack isn't officially decided yet, but I still think they're better than 8, 9, and 10. And my rankings aren't about who's eligible. It's about who I think is the best top 10 teams in each class, whether the state allows it to go down that way or not.
I think Nooksack.
I'm sorry, La Center.
I think Nooksack's a very good team. I would pick them over a lot of teams above them, but it's a moot point. If they're not there, there's no reason to worry about picking them. No offense, I like Nooksack, but like I even look at Kings, Tyson, right? At number 2 here. So what? They beat a 2-loss team by 2 points. Like they beat the number 10 team by 2 points. Like I get that they're undefeated, but I look at Montesano, I look at Lakeside, and I feel a little bit better about them in terms of their resume overall this season than eking out a couple of wins at home.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment. I think Kings has a pedigree that in a program that is, top notch in terms of what Coach Shapiro does to kind of mold those kids down there. And, I will recycle your statements as much as I can. A win is a win, doesn't matter how impressive it is. But frankly, they're the only team on this list that has 2 wins against top 10 teams. Whether it was by 2 points or not.
Yeah, I think Kings is clearly the number 2. I don't have any gripe about that. And I think we're going to see things play out a little bit more. But there's a lot of good teams outside of this top 10 that I think you might be able to make an argument for having over Cascade Christian. So I don't envy you, Tyson, and having to put together this top 10 right here. But
I did it to myself.
I still think I disagree completely with what Nick said about Montesano. They've embarrassed everyone, but man, they haven't really played anyone other than Aberdeen. Shelton's not very good. Black Hills we thought was going to be good, but guess what? They're not good. So you can't really put too much onto that one. So I think they are at 5 for now. It's going to be hard for them to move up. Nothing against Montesano. They might as very well be the number 3 team, but just based on who they play, they're in a tough spot. The only one, again, I am back to this. Lakeside, I think really does deserve to be up at number 3. Montesano and Kashmir, throw a dart at a board. Good luck picking who deserves to be ahead of who in that one.
Yeah, they definitely have very similar reputations, not reputations, but looking at their schedule and the fashion in which they beat teams. Granted, Monty hasn't had a 28-21 game, but I'm not sure they've even played a team as good as OMAC, with the exception of maybe Aberdeen, obviously. That they're pretty. It's not taking anything away from that win, Aberdeen's pretty solid, but yeah, I mean, just the fact that we have 6 7-0 teams is pretty wild.
Oh, 100%. Listen, I want to go on record here just in case anybody doesn't think that I think Nooksack is a good team or deserves to be ranked. I think they absolutely deserve to be ranked. I think they absolutely deserve to be in the playoffs. We talked at the very beginning of the season. It is ridiculous that Northwest 1A has one team going to the state tournament. Absolutely ridiculous. Nooksack Valley, if you're putting them up against any team on this list besides Royal, I would have a serious thought go through my head about picking them over them because a 2-point loss on the road at Kings. Look, a lot of this isn't for show, right? I do believe LaCentre is a good team. But to be realistic with you, I do think Nooksack would be the team that I would pick in a head-to-head against Kings a second time. I'd pick him head-to-head against Lakeside. I'd pick him head-to-head against Monty. I'd pick him head-to-head against Linden Christian again, right? I know that we've seen the results on the field play out the way that we have. They have 2 losses by a combined 3 points, all right? I'm realistic. But the fact is that based on the stupid format that we're dealing with this year, they very well will be on the outside looking in. Believe it or not, Tyson, I'm rooting for Mount Baker to make this a dream come true so we can actually have an outside chance of them getting in. But then again, that reduces the chance of another worthy team like Linden Christian, who has a win over them, get to that point. If LC loses to Mount Baker, do they deserve to be in the playoffs? Maybe not. But at the end of the day, this is what we're dealing with here. We have to take all the information under consideration. Matt mentioned that until week 10 that you leave them in the rankings. Absolutely, leave them in the rankings. But at one point you're going to have to remove them from consideration, and the committee will do that because they'll have no choice but to. Because Nooksack won't be in the conversation if this season plays out the way that it is. I do love Mount Baker, Justin. I love them. You know why? Because Marcus George told me last year that he was going to take his team to the state championship game. And in the bracket challenge, I picked Mount Baker as a 10 seed to go to the championship game, and they did. So Mount Baker, you betcha, I love you.
And Marcus George won the bracket challenge.
Damn straight.
He knew a thing or two about a thing or two.
Damn straight.
No, I mean, my rankings will obviously look different once it comes playoff time, and really they won't. Who the hell cares? Nobody's asking me to be on any committees or using, there's a few guys that like looking at what I post, but, overall, yeah, Cedar Woolley, they'll be gone. Nooksack more than likely will be gone, although I'm pulling like crazy for Mount Baker to just throw some more parity into that situation like they did last year. Maybe they could like sign a kid up named by the name of like George Marcus and put him at running back and, pull one over. Yeah. But
from
either way,
State.
yeah. Or what was that? Bishop Sycamore.
There you go.
That's a good one.
Yeah, but frankly, yeah, from a top 10 teams in each class, regardless of the way it all shakes out, it's, I feel like it'd be a disservice to these teams to not talk about them anymore, just because they're so on and so forth eliminated from contention. And maybe there's a little bias in there. I picked Nooksack to win it all, so I'm hanging on to the hope that they still get in somehow.
Well, that's where my bias bleeds in. I picked Linden Christian. So.
Me too.
Yeah, Matt did also. All right. There is your 1A argument right there for everybody who is waiting for it. Let's
you guys read the 2B. Nick, read them out loud. I need to go grab my laptop charger, so I'll be right back. I'll still be listening, though.
All right, cool. All right, the 2B rankings are on the bottom of your screen. Okanagan at number 1, deservingly. Napa Vine, number 2, also deservedly. Northwest Christian at number 3, same conversation. Riverview at number 4. Kalama sticking at number 5. Onalaska at 6. Toledo at 7. PL, Willapa Valley at 8. Manson 9, and then entering the top 10 this week is Goldendale. And I got to tell you, Tyson, Goldendale looking kind of sexy with their only loss of the year being to 1A powerhouse Seton Catholic.
Heck yeah. No, they were on my radar for weeks in a row. Really since that loss, because I've liked Seton Catholic's prospects since the start of the season. But frankly, seeing Goldendale last couple of weeks, 49-0, 49-6, 50-6. They're taking care of business. They beat a team in Columbia that, frankly could give a team
Burbank.
like Riverview, Columbia Burbank could give a team like Riverview trouble this week.
Absolutely.
So actually, I have Goldendale having played Columbia twice. It must have been a different Columbia team. Week one.
Sometimes is it Max Preps? Sometimes they have the same game.
No, I want to say it was a different Columbia. There's got to be another Columbia team.
There's Columbia White Salmon, and then there's Columbia Burbank, but Columbia
I think it was White Salmon.
Let's
see. Yeah, it was White Salmon in week one. And then beating 4A school in the Dalles down there in Oregon.
But that's like 2A here in Washington.
Sure. But
1 second.
No problem.
No, go ahead. You can talk.
Oh, okay. Yeah, a team that's 4-3, so on the road too, I believe. But yeah, Goldendale is a team to look out for. Is 32-30 loss to Seton Catholic, it was 22-7. I had the Seton Catholic and Rochester games, I think, mixed up. Too many numbers floating around in my head. I'm happy to put them on that list. I think a team like, let's say, Lynn Ritzville has really fallen off quickly. Raymond South Bend drops off the list. And that's mainly a product of, I thought PL Willapa Valley was a somewhat questionable team, like around week 4 or 5. Like they started the year at 5 for me for the first couple of weeks. And then, they beat Mossy Rock. That's a good win. Granted, it's not Mossy Rock style of football. And then only beat Adna by 2, and then I dropped them to number 8, and they beat Wakayakum, and then Napavine blew them out, which knocked them out of the top 10 altogether. But then they beat Morton White Pass by 32, and then only lose to Toledo by 3. So they've definitely swung back up, and definitely deserve to be in this conversation of the top 10. Ultimately, couldn't put them above Toledo. With them having that loss to Toledo. And Kalama is probably the most hot button topic as far as like they're 4-3. Why are they at 5? Well, I think 9 out of 10 people that we could poll would probably feel that they are the best team in regards to who's below them. They obviously beat Onalaska. Toledo, their loss comes to Onalaska, so that's kind of like why that order plays out the way it does. And then PL Willapa Valley losing to Toledo, so it's like a who beat who in this situation. Little concerned with Manson losing to Brewster, although that's a team that has had some pretty decent performances this year, so kind of a rivalry game. Brewster and Manson are pretty close in they're as far as in that league and geographically, it's as close as two teams get. So good little rivalry game where they got upset. And Lynn Ritzville, I don't know if Bonus has gotten hurt or Brock Kinch has gotten hurt, but they really fell off a cliff the last couple of weeks. I had them at number 3 just 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, that Northwest Christian loss kind of, started something, and then Reardon ends up beating them 25-0 on the road. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's been pretty surprising to me.
Matt, what say you on the 2B rankings here on the bottom of the ticker?
So I don't have really a gripe about anything. I think you can bump Goldendale up a little bit higher, but not too much. I have a question, though, for Tyson. How much of a nightmare is it going to be if Toledo goes out and beats Kalama this week, and then you have Toledo beating Kalama, Kalama beating Ani beating Toledo, Toledo beating PWV? What do you think will happen there? But what also happens if Kalama beats Toledo? Do they get a bump up? Like you mentioned, the record isn't exactly pretty. So, I mean, you're kind of stuck there, aren't you?
Yeah, it's a tough scenario, certainly. I mean, I don't think you could keep Kalama higher than like number 6 if they're 4-4. You know, that's
you gotta drop them lower than that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it just by default, even though we might think from a talent standpoint they're better than that. Granted, they've played a very difficult schedule for a 2B school. Probably the most difficult of any of these teams overall, which is why they're 4-3.
LaCenter's on that schedule, right? Yeah, LaCenter
is, but as is, you know, Napavine and Woodland,
another really good team.
Yeah. Hey, well, anytime you're a 2B school and you're playing 2A schools or anything higher, you know, you expect the higher classifications to win. Just use Napavine and Linden Christian, for example. Yeah, Riverview is kind of like the wild card for me on this one. You know, I value Northwest Christian's wins pretty highly. I think they're obviously a good program. We love their coach. And being that Riverview is a team that played Northwest Christian the closest, that really is why they're sitting up there at 6-1. But yeah, Kalama, Onalaska, Toledo, PL Willapa Valley. If Toledo beats Kalama, we're talking a nightmare. I think overall you'd have to put Toledo up there at 4 or 5 though, just because they do only have the one loss. But spoiler alert, I'm still probably going to take Kalama in that one. Yeah, if Aiden Brown plays and they're a little bit healthier, if I knew more details, that would definitely make it a little easier.
Yeah, well, I mean, Aiden's set to play. They will be down a couple of guys, but, you know, they're going to do everything in their power to win this game because they haven't, you know, likelihood if they lose, they could be at a 3-way tiebreaker, and they could end up as, like, the 3 seed in the league there. I think that the 2B District 4 divisions with the North-South and then the lower division, the West, I mean, there's, like, a lot of chaos that could potentially – ensue. I mean, you're already like talking about the algorithm of Kalama, Onalaska, Toledo, PL Willapa Valley, Raymond, South Bend. We're even missing Forks. I think Forks is a top 10 team for sure. I mean, I would personally have Forks over Manson at this point. Goldendale, you can make a strong argument for. There's a lot of really good teams in the District 4 2B setting here, so a lot to be determined there. I like where you got, you know, the top 3 teams, and I also like where you got Riverview. I think Riverview is right there with Northwest Christian, despite losing to them earlier this season. Outside of that, man, it's like, you know, throwing darts at a dartboard, like you've said so often. I don't think that Kalama at 5 is that egregious. I really don't. I think that if you look at the teams that they've lost to, Napavine, LaCenter, and Woodland, that those aren't bad teams by any stretch of the imagination. I think that those are all really good teams. Those are all playoff teams and classifications above them. So I think that if you're looking at what Napavine did to them last week, I think that would cause you to be like, how could you possibly consider Kalama at number 5 right now? You may have an argument. But at the same time, knowing the semantics of what was going on going into that game, I don't think it's a reflection of Kalama being bad or that much worse than Napavine. I think it's just kind of a perfect storm of elements that made it look a lot worse. And with Toledo playing them this week, they will play a healthier version of Kalama on the road. And I think that if Toledo wins that they're probably the best team in the bunch outside of Napavine, and that they should probably be in that 5 spot next week. Even though if Onalaska wins this week, I would have a hard time putting Onalaska above Toledo at that point. Matt, jump in there.
I think I disagree with Nick that Forks I don't think is a top 10 team. I think you have the teams correct, and I think 1 through 3 is pretty set. Even I guess you could throw Riverview probably set in stone for 4 for now. Goldendale has a chance, I think, to jump up, to 7 or 6 when this is all said and done because of who those teams play in front of them. PL Willapa Valley plays Forks this week, a loss there, and you got to move Goldendale ahead of PWV, I think. And then if Toledo beats Kalama, there's going to be an argument to move Goldendale ahead of Kalama. And we got to give Goldendale a whole lot of credit because a new head coach coming in and taking over that program, and to have them just sitting here at 1 loss this deep into the season, that's a really, really good sign. I feel for Manson because, man, it felt like they were going to be that sneaky team, that Cinderella team, but that loss to Brewster obviously hurts them in a big way. But honestly, there's not a lot to gripe about here at 2B, in my opinion.
Yeah, Manson's loss to Brewster really kind of screwed things up big time. Because you look at, I would say their loss to Brewster, like to argue 9 and 10's locations, their loss to Brewster is way less impressive than Goldendale's loss to Seton Catholic. But then you go back and look at who Manson's played. A team like Asotin is a team that is actually pretty darn good. Northwest Christian beat them soundly 47-7, and they lost to Manson 42-26. But you're talking about a team that beat a Tri-Cities Prep who actually gave, was it Riverview last week, a little bit of trouble, 2 weeks ago, 17-14 game. And then Asotin also played Chewelah, beat Chewelah 22-8, a team that has thrown some wrenches out there into the equation. For example, it was 22-20 when Chewelah took on Lynn Ritzville, and great team last year, but have definitely played a couple other teams tough so far. Asotin beat Reardon 14-13, and then handled Morton White Pass 42-8. So, Manson has some good staple wins on their resume, where I think Goldendale's most impressive win would be the Dalles or Columbia of Burbank. Ultimately, those two positions came down to, I think, Manson just having a few more wins on their resume that had a little bit more weight than what Goldendale has done thus far. But if you're judging it by the loss, then I would put them the other way around. Either way, I think Manson definitely deserves to be top 10. The Brewster loss is like, oh boy, but Brewster's talk about a Jekyll and Hyde team. They've bet 3 and 4. They certainly haven't, performed as good as they're capable of, but obviously in that rivalry game just happened to nip Manson at the right time.
Good stuff, guys. I think Forks is definitely in the top 10 conversation, Matt. They beat Morton White Pass 40-0. Their only losses, on the road to Raymond South Bend 40-21. They won at Ilwaco 41-0. They beat Coopville last week 67-9. Friday Harbor 40-6. Nia Bay 24-12. I guess Nia Bay's a classification lower, but they're a pretty good 1B school. Not sure if that was 8-man or if that was 11-man. I think it was 11, correct? I think Nia Bay moves up to play 11 in that scenario.
I've got that result as even worse, 49-16 Forks over Nia Bay.
Okay, well, that's just
that could be totally off, but yeah, they're definitely in the conversation. I think just seeing them get doubled up by a team in Raymond South Bend, who I don't even have in the top 10, kind of is what pushes them out for me. But they have an opportunity to crack it again this week. That's for sure.
Woohoo! There's no argument against them if they go out and beat PWV. They have to be in the top 10, but I don't think that happens.
All right. Good job, guys. Going through all the rankings. We made it out alive. We're going to talk about some games this week and call it a night here in a little bit. So let's dive right into it. Hopefully, we're able to get through this without any bloodshed. Let's see. Let's start off in 4A, our game of the week. Graham-Kapowsin at Emerald Ridge. I mean, obviously, this is going to be almost everybody's game of the week, no matter what class that we're in. You know, you're talking about the number 1 team against the number 6 team, Tyson, and Emerald Ridge here. I mean, 7. You know, the last time that Graham-Kapowsin had a test in league on the road, I went with the other team. I went with Curtis in that one. Not ashamed to say that I went with Curtis. I thought that they would, you know, be a formidable opponent and come away with the win based on them playing at home and having a really good quarterback. I think ultimately so far I've overlooked the fact that Graham-Kapowsin has the fortitude to go on the road. They've got a lot of good players at a lot of positions. Emerald Ridge may have a very good quarterback, but I ultimately don't trust their defense to slow down Graham-Kapowsin enough to win this game. So I'm going to go chalk. I'm going to eat chalk, Graham-Kapowsin in the first game.
I'm eating chalk too. I think Graham-Kapowsin beats him by 2 scores.
I'm not ashamed. I'm going with you guys. I think GK is just the best team at the 4A level. I even have them over Lake Seats. I don't see anyone beating GK. I'll take them.
I agree.
All right, next game. It's a good one. Interconference. Mount Si at Chiawana. Another one of those litmus test games, guys, where you got, you know, 2 good conferences and a good team from each conference going. You know, Mount Si, you could make that argument that they're in that number 3-ish spot. You know, you got Eastlake, Bothell, Woodville, and Mount Si all right there. The good news is for Mount Si is that this one does not count against them in the rankings in terms of league play. Chiawana, you know, I mean, they've been hanging tough ever since that opening season loss to Kamiakin, and I ultimately am going to go with Chiawana in this one. And the biggest reason why is, you know, their defense and also the fact that Mount Si is coming off of a heartbreaking home loss in a league game. I mean, this isn't a game that they necessarily need to win. So I think Chiawana is going to end up winning this one.
Go ahead, Matt.
All right, well, I'm going to go against you here, Nick. I'm going to take Mount Si. I think Chiawana, that what makes that defense so good is they're a bunch of ball hawks in the secondary. They force a lot of turnovers, but the way you counteract that is you ground and pound the football, and Mount Si's got a really good running back in Bo Phillips that can just eat away yardage, eat away the clock. I think Mount Si, they're going to come into this one still angry from last week. I'm going to go ahead and take them to get the job done.
I'm taking Chiawana, and I think Chiawana is a better team than, say, Eastmont, per se. Hypothetical. Eastmont beat Skyline. Skyline beat Mount Si. So I'm taking Chiawana.
Let's move on. South Puget Sound 4A. This one very, very important. Sumner at Bethel. Both teams 4 and 3 in league. Important positioning when it comes to crossovers. I think that Bethel has been overlooked all season long, and they are looking for a staple win over a team that's perennially been very tough. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say Bethel gets a very big win here at home against a Sumner team that is going to be very, very tough to beat.
I'm going to take Sumner. I love the program there, and their coach is a heck of a guy. And Bethel's got some great players, but I think, you know, they're a team on the rise that's going to learn what it takes to be as consistent as a team like Sumner has been.
I'm right there with you, Tyson. I'm going to go ahead and take Sumner. It's the culture out there. Every time I've overlooked Sumner this season, they've proven me wrong. So I have to pick Sumner here to get the job done. I absolutely love Bethel. I love their play style. I love how fired up that crowd gets. They've got an electric crowd. But, man, Sumner, they just know how to get the job done. I'm going to take them.
Next game on the docket, undefeated Battleground at previously undefeated and beaten Skyview. This one is at Skyview in Hazeldale. Not much of a trip here for Battleground to make, just a few miles down the road. Battleground has a lot to gain here by winning this game. It would hand Skyview their second loss, and Battleground would be guaranteed to be second place or better. The only problem with that is that Skyview is a very good team as well and is going to be in a must-win situation back against the wall, and they're going to be looking to erase their memory from the game against Camas. I ultimately like Kennedy and Packer and company, and I'm going to go with Skyview in a bounce back.
Yeah, I think Skyview wins this one pretty easy. I mentioned it off air, but I think you got some matchups this week where we've got, say, an undefeated versus or a 6-1 team versus another, and I think one of those teams' records is prettier than they are on the field, and I think Battleground gets a little unmasked by Skyview this week.
Yeah, this is a get-right game for the Storm for me as well. I'm going with Skyview to get the job done. Battleground, they're close. They're close. They got a lot of talent coming back next year still, but Skyview losing last week was the worst thing that could have happened to the Tigers, so I'll take the Storm.
All right, next game, moving down to 3A, Pierce County, Lincoln Tacoma at Lakes. I think that if this game was a couple of weeks ago, guys, I would have been more interested in taking Lakes at home, considering where Lincoln was in terms of week-to-week consistency. That's not the case anymore. I think that the Abes have gotten themselves in good position to continue to win, and Lakes coming off the loss last week is, again, one of the worst things that could have happened to him. I'm going to go Lincoln Tacoma on the road.
Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, I'm going to take Lincoln as well. This is a battle of two really good young quarterbacks. Can we just appreciate that? The freshman in Cajo from Lincoln and Nolly AI for Lakes. Both these guys are going to be lighting it up for years to come. I think Lincoln is the better team. I think they get the job done on the road.
Yeah, I was just to piggyback off of that. I mean, there's probably hasn't been two young quarterbacks as hyped as these two kids the last couple of years. And I'd say Cajo and Lincoln they struggled to score the football the first few weeks, and they've definitely figured something out. So I'm taking Lincoln.
All right, next game on the docket, it's Metro League action, another big-time game, Garfield at O'Day. Garfield, one of those fringe top 10 teams, couple losses. They've played some really good teams so far this year. O'Day, I mean, we all agree that they're the number one team right now in 3A, and as long as Jason Brown's legs are available and his arms can hold on to the football, I'm picking O'Day, and that's the case.
Yeah, O'Day, something like 35-17. Garfield's a good team. They're just not in the same class, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, I got to pick O'Day, too. I can't let you guys run away on that one. So give me O'Day to get the job done, defense leading the way.
Next one, a little bit more interesting, back to the 4A, Kamiakin at Richland. Story again of contrasting styles and paces. Richland's going to look to get the ball up and down the field quickly. Kamiakin with a good offensive line. We'll see how the game ultimately plays out. I always lean with teams like, we've talked about throughout the show tonight that can win in the trenches and run the football. As much as I like a high-powered offense, I love a team that can consistently win at the line of scrimmage and get tough yards. I'm going to take the Braves of Kamiakin in this one on the road against Richland.
I'm going to stray off the beaten path, and I'm going to take Richland. I think they will be able to move the football with a diverse passing attack. If this game was to turn into a shootout, I trust Woodard more than I trust the – gosh darn, I watched him in person, and I can't even – Trent Woodhouse of Kamiakin. He seemed a little loose with the ball at times, and Woodard has just put up massive numbers. So close game. I'll say something like, 29-26 Richland.
I agree with you, Ty. I think this could come down to who has the ball last, and that's just what the deciding factor is. I'm going to take Kamaikan. I just trust them a little bit more. I think we've seen more from them, so I'll take Kamaikan to get the win over Richland. But this was the toughest game for me to pick this week.
Yeah, this next game's also incredibly tough. Gonzaga Prep at Mount Spokane. Got big playmaker and Bodie Gardner on the other side for Mount Spokane. And I think that if you're GP, you've got to make that the focal point of your game plan, is figuring out a way to slow him down and make somebody else beat you on the other side of the ball if you're the Bullpups. Not a lot has been talked about with Gonzaga Prep this year. They've been a team that has made runs in the past, and I think this is a week that we're going to learn a little bit more about Gonzaga Prep here. Bigger opportunity in my mind for Mount Spokane to win this game and really solidify themselves in the rankings, more so than Gonzaga Prep, because I think Gonzaga Prep is still kind of on that fringe outside the top 10 most across the state. So, they may be looking to get into the top 10 with a win. Mount Spokane, meanwhile, they end up getting this one. You're talking about potentially being a top 5 team. They've got more to gain, but I think that Gonzaga Prep will have the better game. So we're going to go with the Bullpups.
This is the toughest one for me to pick, I think, of the whole slate. I think Gonzaga Prep has been known to run the ball, obviously, but they have a pretty decent quarterback over there now, which doesn't make them so one-dimensional as they have been in prior years. I think this is their statement win of the year on their schedule. I'll take Gonzaga Prep as much as I do like Mount Spokane.
I'm going to take Mount Spokane at home to get this one done. I think Mount Spokane knows their identity a little bit more. Gonzaga Prep, for some reason, I just am waiting for them to have that come down to reality game. I think it's going to be this one. I'm going to go ahead and take Mount Spokane. But if Gonzaga Prep proves me wrong again, I'm not going to be able to pick against them. I want you guys to hold me to that.
Absolutely. Next game, first time that we've had either of these teams on the pick'em, so I'm happy to have them join the party. Shadle Park at Clarkston. This is a very, very important game when it comes to the 2A seeds, and with West Valley Spokane in the conversation as well. They're taking on Rogers Spokane, another important game. We're going to learn a lot. Shadle Park came away with a good win last week against Colville and shut them out. I think that they've got the momentum right now, so I'm going to go with Shadle. Schick Shadle.
I'll take Shadle Park also. They got a kid that I think will be making his debut for them by the name of Montana Stensger. He's been a basketball player, but athletic dude that's going to play on the line and frankly go up against Mr. Sage Lone Bear. That's a daunting task, but ultimately I think Shadle takes this one.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and take Shadle Park as well. I think that the big boys up front just eat over there, and I don't know what they feed them, but it works out well with a team like that. I also think that they're just riding a wave of momentum since that overtime win over Rogers. They've dominated the last 2 weeks, so give me Shadle Park.
If there's a litmus test there, they both played West Valley, and it was a 6-point game with Shadle versus a 30-point game with Clarkston. But Clarkston does have the home field advantage and 5-2 record, nothing to sneeze at. Let's go down to the Greater St. Helens League 2A, Hawkinson at Hudson's Bay. It's not an elimination game, but it's damn near close. Hawkinson is on a little bit of a tear lately. They've kind of reinvented themselves. Quarterback Andon Stenderson did a great job last week against Hudson's Bay. Mark Morris in the game. Hudson's Bay, meanwhile, kind of free-falling in a way. They're 5-2 still. It's hard to say a team's free-falling, but they've lost the last 2 games very badly. Washougal put a beating on them. Woodland put a beating on them. this just might be like one of those perfect storm type games to where Hawkinson is just catching them at the right time. Ultimately, though, I can't get over the fact that Ridgefield beat Hawkinson 42-7, and Hudson's Bay beat Ridgefield on the road. I think stylistically that should make the difference, and that Hudson's Bay should be good enough to get the win. So I'm going to go with the Eagles in this one of Hudson's Bay. Battle of the Birds, by the way, Eagles and Hawks.
Who you got, Matt?
So I'm going to go ahead and take Hawkinson. Then if Nick isn't willing to do that, I thought the same thing. The teams are trending in opposite directions. I'm going to go ahead and jump at one. I have to impress you guys somehow. I have to pick a game that you guys are like, wow, he called that one. So give me Hawkinson.
We're impressed. Yeah,
give me Hawkinson, and Tyson's going to go ahead and take Hudson's Bay, I hope. Otherwise, what I just said is negated.
You got a little bit of I think you knew it was coming. I'm taking Hudson's Bay. I expect them to rebound from the last couple of weeks and really shove Hawkinson back down to the tier that I thought they belonged in a couple of weeks ago, being the bottom tier of that league. But I wouldn't be surprised if I'm wrong. It's kind of hard to recapture momentum when you've lost two the way that they have. But take the Bay.
Matt, I will allow you an opportunity to change your pick with this information, but former Hawkinson head coach and state winning champion head coach Rick Steele, by the way, is a coach on the coaching staff for Hudson's Bay now, coaching against his former team. Does that move you at all?
No, I believe in Hawkinson. That just makes me even more confident. It's a chance for them to go beat their old head coach.
Awesome. Let's go back real quick up to 4A, Bothell at Eastlake. This was a game that we looked at, and you guys said, all right, this one's got to be on the list. Tyson, I think, said that one. And, he's right for good reason. If Bothell wins this game, they're tied for first with Eastlake and would have the head-to-head tiebreaker. I'm going to go with the Lee Corso. Not so fast, my friend. Eastlake at home over Bothell.
Another one that's really tough looking at it. I think Eastlake has answered the call against most everybody, including Lake Stevens. But I think Bothell hopefully learned something from their game last week. I've loved him all year. VRs is one of my favorite quarterbacks out there. And, if you're going to get up for a game and maybe put up a few extra points this week, correct the things that went wrong last week, why not throw some more parity in that league? Let's go Bothell.
I'm going to go ahead and take Bothell. I'm going to ride the same mentality I had with the Skyview Battleground matchup. Worst thing that happened for Eastlake was Bothell losing last week. I think Bothell comes in with a chip on their shoulder, and they get a big road win. Maybe arguably their best win of the season, maybe?
Yeah, definitely.
All right, let's move on to Matt's neck of the woods. WF West at Aberdeen. Huge game. We touched on it earlier. Winner of this one seemingly will clinch the number 2 seed. If WF West does win it, I do believe they officially clinched the number 2 seed. If Aberdeen wins it, they would still have to win their last game and not hope for a 3-way tie. Gosh, man, I got to be honest with you. This is really tough for me here, guys, because I think WF West is starting to come together a little bit. I think they played fairly poorly all year long by their standards. And Aberdeen's also played very well at home over the last couple of seasons. And they can really run the ball and they can really control the clock. I went against WF West on the road against Rochester. I'm having a hard time learning my lessons here. So I'm going to pick Aberdeen and ride the home team and ride the ball control offense if it's working. But Matt should probably tell me why I'm wrong.
I'm taking WF West. Yeah, I think the Bearcat defense is starting to play better, and they're starting to take care of the football more, and that is the difference. I think Aberdeen, they're not going to go out and really put up a ton of points against a solid defense. They're a style that they lean on their defense. I think WF West has unlocked something offensively. I'm going to go ahead and take the Bearcats to get the road win and kind of put things back as we expect them to be in the EVCO 2A.
I agree. Brumfield is debatably one of the best all-around athletes in the whole state in that classification, and he's really just blooming as a quarterback. I believe he's still playing quarterback. I checked in. You would know better than I, but
they rotate. They rotate, so you never know.
Yeah, I mean, you got to find ways to get him the ball all over the field. He's that good, and frankly, he might be even better on the defensive side of the ball, and he's the perfect – without knowing names of some of the other guys, he's the perfect guy to kind of run around and make plays and stop that Aberdeen rushing attack. So, Bearcats.
All right. Let's move on here. 1A now. Natchez Valley at Toppenish. I know that this probably doesn't sound like a game that we should really be talking about here, but Toppenish is off of a big win last week, a shutout victory, by the way, against LaSalle. So, yeah, I mean, it's a game that's very important for the sense that LaSalle and Natchez are both 6-1, and Toppenish needs to stay in that conversation badly. I'm not quite sure if Toppenish has figured it out yet or where Natchez Valley is at this point in the season. So, I mean, I stick with trends more than anything else, I would say. The good news is that Natchez is coming off of a win against Wapato 37-6. This is like the toughest game for me, honestly, guys. I don't know. I'm going to just go with Toppenish. History. Let's go.
Well, thank you for this one. I'm taking Natchez Valley. I like their ability to run the ball and throw the ball, and they've played great defense against people all year. Valley's rolling. The Natchez boys going to come out down into the valley and show them how the mountain kids do it.
You're probably right, but hey, that's the way it goes.
Don't say that, Nick, because I'm also going to pick Toppenish in this one. I think that these guys, they play better, it seems like, when their backs are against the wall. We see it in all sports at Toppenish High School. So, I mean, I think it's do or die time for Toppenish, and I think they get the job done. I'm going to take the Wildcats here.
Yeah, well, I mean, they won 28-0 against an undefeated LaSalle team. So, I mean, I don't know.
That was an impressive win for sure. LaSalle's not bad.
Yeah. Neither is Granite Falls. And Kings plays at Granite Falls this week. This is another one of those situations here where, Granite Falls gets a victory, and all of a sudden they're in first place, in the driver's seat with just one game to play. The game's at Granite Falls as well. Ultimately, when I researched this game, guys, I just couldn't get over the fact that Granite Falls lost a game to Meridian. And, I think that in a head-to-head matchup, Kings would have had no problem against Meridian. So I'm going to go with Kings, and they're going to continue to be undefeated.
I didn't think about this one very often. Oh, sorry, Tyson.
No, go ahead.
Think about this one too long. Kings just really looks unstoppable. They've had a couple of little small bumps, but I think they just keep on rolling right along.
Yeah, I really want to make a case for Granite Falls because I love their connection of Caden LaPlante to Jonathan Roberts there. It's kind of one of the more slept-on quarterback and wide receiver combos in the 1A level. And they've got this kid named Rico Howard. I urge anybody, go watch that kid's film. He's like 5'3", 130 pounds, and he flies around the field and makes all sorts of plays. Ultimately, though, I just don't think they have enough to stop King's rushing attack, and I got to go with Kings for the sake of not letting Nick catch up.
I'm down by one game. I've already made that up at this point.
No, that's the point. If I pick Granite Falls, there's your chance to make it up. So I got to go Kings. I want to pick Granite Falls from a fandom standpoint, but it just logically doesn't make enough sense to me.
All right. Well, here's the next game. PL Willapa Valley at Forks. I don't know. This is I mean I have a problem here, especially since Matt told me that there's no way that Forks is a top 10 team. I was, really on the fence about this one, but how can I say that they're a top 10 team and then not pick them? And they're at home here in this situation. F it. Let's do it. Forks in the road, baby. Let's do this.
I'll take PWV here.
There's my insight.
I can't let you just big boy me like that. I'm going to take PWV. I think Forks just starts off a little bit slow, and I think that's what caught up to him against RSB. I think it's going to hurt him again here, so I'm going to go ahead and take PWV.
Yeah, ultimately, same here. Their resume is just much more – I think they've played a much stronger schedule to this point, and it's going to show in this game.
I'm either going to be way ahead, Tyson, or way behind. So it's going to be the end of it. Napavine at Raymond South Bend. Important from the standpoint that Raymond South Bend wants to have a chance to improve their seed and, probably get to potentially, somewhere in that number 2 spot. This is just not good. I think Napavine is just too good and not going to slip up here on the road. Farrell Johnson may be a great running back for Raymond South Bend, but I feel like Napavine's got, 5 of those guys waiting for him. So I'm just going to pick the Tigers, and they're going to roll on.
Not too much thought to be put into this one. Nothing to take away from Raymond South Bend, but Napavine's going to try to pour it on. They've got some saltiness to them, I think, since the Linden Christian loss.
Yeah, give me Napavine. This is where I'll be on Friday night, but you just can't stop this offense unless you're Linden Christian. I think the Tigers really roll. But big shout out to Raymond South Bend, an absolutely beautiful, beautiful complex out there.
We'll enjoy that matchup, and we'll be thinking upset. Toledo at Kalama. Let's see. Man, tough game here, guys. Ethan Carver and company from Toledo can really run the football and control the ball. That's what you want to do against a team like Kalama, with a high-powered offense. But ultimately in this game, it's going to come down to, I think, who can make the most plays when the game's on the line. And I'm still going to put my money behind Kalama at home here. The biggest thing for me is I can't get over the fact that when you have a semi-healthy or mostly healthy Kalama team, they beat Onalaska. They put up a lot of points on Onalaska. Toledo did not score a single point on Onalaska. Kalama had 44. I ultimately think that Kalama has enough to get this done at home.
Yeah, I agree. I banked on Kalama last week after Aiden fired me up and had me ready to run through a wall with some of the things he said. And, I'm sure it didn't sit well with him, the result of last week. So I expect a big game out of him like we've seen earlier this year with 500 yards of offense.
Yeah, Kalama's kind of turned into my alma mater. It's not my alma mater. I absolutely love it out there. The people are amazing. I can't pick against Kalama. I'll take the Chinooks every single day.
The Fighting Fish, it's a sweep. Columbia Burbank at Riverview. Tyson, you mentioned Burbank earlier in the show, and they're right there in the conversation. I think Riverview is a better team, and that one loss to Northwest Christian does not look very bad at all. Columbia Burbank, though, has been a solid squad for the last couple of years. I did have a little bit of thought going to this one, but I ultimately still am going to go with the home team and chalk it up, baby. Riverview.
Yeah, Hyatt Clark can sling it with the best of them. He's definition of efficiency, 7 of 8 for 228 or whatever it was, and 4 touchdowns last week. And he's been doing that to everybody but Northwest Christian, so I expect it to continue.
Yeah, Riverview's the only loss coming to Northwest Christian. They've kind of just taken care of business against everyone else. I'm right there with you guys.
Next one, Kashmir at Chelan. At one point, Chelan looked pretty good this year. But Kashmir, they ended up beating the team that made them look very bad in OMAC. OMAC made, Chelan look not good at all. And I know that the who beat who equation doesn't necessarily add up all the time, but I think it does pretty easily here. Kashmir has played so good this season overall. I'm not going to look at that last week's game and get worried one bit, so I'm still going to go with Kashmir.
Yeah, the only way Chelan wins this game is if Lance Gogol has his third 300-yard game of the year. But with the likes of like Prin Fox and Joshua Moros over there at Kashmir, I don't think that's exactly possible. So I'm taking the Bulldogs.
I've doubted Kashmir all year. I can't do it anymore. I'm going to take them to get the road win over Chelan and kind of make a believer out of me finally.
Last game, Okanagan at Manson. Manson kind of took the luster off of this game last week. That doesn't mean that there's not still major implications involved. If Manson gets a win again, head-to-head tiebreaker over Okanagan, which, could prove to be, a difference maker in the seeds. We talked about, the battle between Napavine and Okanagan. I think that these last 2 weeks, though, guys, you're going to look at Okanagan, try to put their foot down on the gas pedal a little bit more and run the scores up as much as possible. Manson being a fringe top 10 team mostly across the state, this is a great opportunity for Okanagan to pad their resume. I think that they really pour it on this week and they take care of business on the road against Manson.
What about you, Matt?
I think you're right, Nick. This is reminiscent of Napavine Kalama last week. I think you see a similar result. Okanagan goes out and makes a statement.
Yeah, agreed. Kukenbu for player of the year.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, his team being undefeated could win him the award over, say, Ashton Demarest. It should be noted, though, that, Aiden Brown has thrown for almost 2,000 yards and almost ran for 1,000. I mean, it's tough to deny him the accolades that would be deserving of consideration of player of the year. But when your team's got 3 losses, those are ultimately awards that are more team awards than just individual awards, if that makes sense. But the way that Kukenbu runs the option on film and, the way the results show how efficient that Okanagan is as a team, I think ultimately you got to look at the quarterback and you got to be like, this is the reason why we are so efficient and why the engine keeps rolling down the track. And I like where you're going with that. You won't get an argument from me.
Yeah, and what he does defensively too for their team, I think, is it's kind of like a Jeremiah Wright for Lyndon Christian. Controls the ball on the ground offensively, can throw the ball, plenty capable, and then on defensive end and linebacker, he's out there setting the edge against some of these teams. So, like I said earlier, if I could draw my scenario up, it's Jake Locker and Ferndale in his senior year versus a mean Bellevue squad. Lost to him for, 2 years straight. Basically, that's who's ended Okanagan's season the last couple of years is Napavine. That's a trajectory I see in the future. It's Kukenbu getting the best of the rest.
Right on. Well, that's all the picks, guys, for all the games this week. It's exciting to know that I will be sweating every single one of the games where Tyson and I went opposite for sure, because there's a 1-game difference on the season standings. And yeah, Matt, I mean, I'd love to see you get that winning percentage up there. And
54%.
Yeah, 54% of the time you're winning. That means you'll eventually win a championship. I know it doesn't really matter much, but last week I went 15-0 in the local newspaper picks, but only to have Jordan Nalen and Josh Kirschenbaum both do it as well. So I was excited for 2 days until I found out that I wasn't the only one that did it, so that I didn't feel so special. But
don't let Jordan keep you down.
Oh, well, I mean, I thought that I was going to open up a 6 or a 7 game lead over everybody heading down the stretch, but nope. Still keeping it close. I think I'm only up by 3 and over everybody right now. Not so bad in my inaugural rookie season, that's for sure.
All you have to do is win by 1.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it felt like that Washington just won by 1 against Oregon this last week. I know that game meant a lot to you, Matt, but watching Oregon lose, that's still got to be like a consolation prize. Just so you know, in the Pigskin Profits this week, I definitely picked Oregon.
Nothing was a consolation prize with my Cougs absolutely getting slaughtered by Arizona. Nothing else mattered. The Packers were on a bye week, so they couldn't even salvage it. It was just miserable weekend.
Yeah, Cougs have had a rough go the last couple of weeks. It's unfortunate after seeing the way the season began. Hey, and by the way, you said something about us wearing black and purple and gold. I just want to mention this guy. He's a Coug, so I don't hate the Cougs. I'm just like Bump is with the Huskies. I'll root for the Cougs any day of the week except for that week. And unfortunately, it's not going to happen anymore. I wish it still would, but it almost feels like that should be a rule written into this whole thing. Is, in fact, if this new AD from the UW just hired doesn't push for that to be a game that's scheduled every single year, I don't know. Same with Wazoo's athletic director. I mean, something's got to be done where they keep this as a cohesive matchup, although more than likely I could see why WSU wouldn't want to, given the reputation that putting UW into this new conference will probably help with them recruiting wise.
And don't get me wrong, I don't point fingers at UW. I understand why they had to dip. The conference was dying. It was well on its way. But being left behind, the only team I will guarantee that I'll root for every week, unless they're playing the Cougs right now, is Oregon State. So it's a tough time to be a Coug fan and a Beaver fan, but hopefully the Cougs can at least get back on track and make this not miserable. But we're a volleyball school right now, number 4 team in the nation in volleyball. So
it's just so sad that it took until the best year the Pac-12 has ever had since its, inauguration per se, that it's the last year. It's like just when we were getting to relevance, we got to break the whole thing up.
Yeah,
I blame it on Dion.
No, blame it on USC and UCLA, man. They're the only 2 teams that really started all this crap. If they didn't go, none of this would have happened, guaranteed.
I bet you it started before that, though. Chances are Dion knew they were leaving when he took that job.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the ball was set in motion, though, the year before with USC and UCLA already saying that they were leaving. I mean, the precedent had already been set.
You guys are both wrong. This all started with Larry Scott.
I agree.
100%.
He still deserves sole blame for this. He killed the Pac-12. That TV deal was abysmal.
Oh, yeah.
When you couldn't keep the Pac-12 network on a streaming service for more than 6 months, it was, I mean, and then switching us to playing games at 7:30 at night, and it'll never be the same. You might not be old. Are you old enough to remember, Matt, when Keith Jackson was broadcasting games on ABC at like 12?
Of course I am.
Those were the glory days.
Also, I have gone back and listened to games from Keith Jackson before I was alive because I felt it was a necessity since they named the building I was going into classes after him. So
at WF or
the Keith Jackson broadcast
WSU Jackson Hall, yeah.
Nice. I did not know that.
Jackson Hall and Murrah Hall connected.
I just have memories of listening to him say like any quarterback that played for UW in the 90s because they all came from Puyallup. The way that he said Puyallup was just legendary.
And now it's the big left-hander from Puyallup.
Quarterback from Puyallup. Yeah. I loved that.
It's a glorious day here on the Palouse in Washington State University, taking on the Washington Huskies.
Yep.
It's a fumble.
I will say the most devastated I've been after a sporting event was at the hands of the Huskies. So I still have so much built-up frustration when they took out Gardner Minshew and the Cougs. My senior year Apple Cup, that devastated me. Just devastated.
Yeah, I've got
If I look tired, it's because I've been up since 5 in the morning. Yeah, I kind of go around the clock here. And plus, I went hunting all day yesterday and only saw a spike and didn't get a chance to shoot at it.
Yeah, that's where I was all weekend. I think me and my buddy probably slept 12 hours in 3 days combined. So, and then grinding today to put all this together. It's been a long week.
Yeah. Well, speaking of it's been a long week, it's been a good long show, guys. I appreciate everybody always coming around and helping us out in the live stream comment section as always. A lot of fun with Coach Bumpus, Michael Bumpus. You can catch him on 710 ESPN Radio between 10 and 2 with Bump and Stacy. Be sure to come back and listen to the interview that we had with him earlier. A very well-spoken gentleman, a lot of coaching experience, it sounds like, beyond just Roosevelt High School. Excited to see what Roosevelt's journey culminates into by the time the season is over, but an undefeated league schedule. They take on Chiefs South this week, so be sure to listen up to Bump and Tyson and Matt and myself have about a 30-minute conversation that started about 25 minutes into the show, give or take. Any final thoughts before we call it a night here, guys?
Thanks for coming on again, Matt. Love to have you as much as you can. I think you give us a whole nother element of fun here.
Whenever I can, I'll be there. I will give you guys a heads up. Next Wednesday, I've been requested to go do the Kalama Girls Soccer Senior Night, so that's where I'll be next Wednesday night.
Nice.
Right on.
I can get you picks, and if you guys record on Wednesday, I'll get you my picks.
Cool. We'll make sure we have it decided more than a couple days prior to the game. Or a couple days prior to Wednesday, excuse me. Yeah, well, same thing, I guess, prior to the game.
Well, I think we'll try to go Monday so we can see if we can get Devin on there, maybe get a foursome going and then play some golf,
Yeah, best ball. What a treat, though, to have Bump on. I mean, that was really cool. I enjoy every guest, but I mean, having somebody who we can go listen to, that is an ultimate professional, come on and join and talk to us. I looked forward to that for the last couple of weeks, and it sure was fun.
Yeah, be sure to listen to the show tomorrow and see if he talks about how that he went on this awesome high school football podcast live stream last night. That they should totally look into him for coming on there for a regular weekly segment.
Mike Salk would run us out just as quick as he did freaking everybody else on that station. I forget who it was. Michael. I don't know. Are you guys listeners of 710?
Oh no.
No.
I listened to it a lot for a few years especially when I was driving like FedEx trucks. It was just on all day long, and got really familiar with some of the voice. You mean you don't know Jim Moore as a Coug?
Yeah, I know Jim Moore.
Oh yeah, I know him. I just don't listen.
Okay, yeah, and yeah, you got Wyman, and I don't know. It's changed over the years.
I listened to KJR for a little while, but I won't get started on them.
Well, that's the Softy show.
Yeah, one specifically.
Probably Mitch in the morning.
It's soft. I love Mitch. Yeah. Have you guys ever met Mitch? Talked to Mitch?
No.
Super nice. Good guy.
Yeah, I mean, Softy is the equivalent, Husky equivalent of Jim Moore as a Coug, for sure. They're both pretty insufferable fans. Definitely.
James, you can come back and chat on the live stream. That was literally the first time that's ever happened in the history of the live streams that I've done. So don't be afraid. Come on back. Chat during the games. That was unfortunate, though. That was pretty lame. Yeah, poor Mitch, man. Mitch makes a big mistake in his life and owns up to it. And some fans consistently call in and text in and say a bunch of cheap shots and stuff like that. It's like, get over it. The guy's human. You think that he's happy about the result of what happened? Absolutely not. Cut the guy some breaks. Anyway, Yeah, I don't listen to 710 ESPN regularly, but I will try to catch tomorrow's show and see how it goes. But yeah, Matt, I think I might be off next Wednesday from doing anything. Maybe I'll crash your Kalama party up there and see what's going on. Catch the Brandenburg special.
Let's go Brandenburg, Hollifield. Just have you gotten out to do a Kalama girls soccer game ever? Have you gotten to watch them play?
No, honestly, sidebar topic, I guess, but anything that you guys do in terms of what schools you guys go and help out with, I try to avoid, honestly, so I can make sure you guys get a chance to do your stuff and that I'm not stepping on anyone's toes, honestly. But we'll have to coordinate, but I am gonna try to see if I can get out to do like a La Center game or maybe I was hoping maybe a Kalama game, depending on how the playoffs go and what your guys' schedule looks like in your teams. I know that there's going to be a lot of 4A crossover games going on up there and stuff, but yeah, I mean, I was going to try to maybe reach out to do Ridgefield or something like that, depending on if and where they land in a home playoff scenario. But yeah, I'd love to get out there and watch some. Like I said, I've seen Brandenburg play on film, not in person.
She's stupid good. She is just absolutely insane. It's not even fair. And Bridget Hollifield out there too. She's gotten so much better. It feels crazy. I started calling when I started doing games. Josie was a freshman and Bridget was an 8th grader. And to see how far they come, they're just such talented players. Great people as well, which is even more important. And Coach Bates is awesome. Listening to him just coach and call out instruction. Oh man, he's entertaining as can be. It's fantastic. And they play Napavine, who's got a good young program. I've gotten to build a good relationship with their coach as well. Really talented team.
Wow. I don't know anything about Napavine, but this sounds like a 10-0 Kalama win right now.
Kalama is – there's levels to it. Kalama is so – they're so far ahead of everyone in the Central 2B, but Napavine only has one senior on their team, so they are built to try and take over next year with Brandenburg gone and a lot of those seniors gone from Kalama. So they're a team to keep your eye on over the next 2 years. There's a billion phase on that team, if that tells you anything.
If you had 2B girls soccer on your Pigskin Profit bingo card tonight, call out bingo. I love it.
Yeah, I'm passionate about soccer. I was a soccer player, so absolutely love it.
All right. Well, there's a lot of good soccer in the area, especially, between Kalama and Columbia River, Ridgefield, RA Long Tom Water. Even Aberdeen's decent, and it's going to be an interesting playoff season. So we'll see how it goes.
I don't know if you've ever called a game where you can only see like the near sideline because the fog was so heavy, but that's something I experienced last night. You couldn't find the ball. It was awful.
Nice.
Yikes.
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and log it off for tonight. I'm tired. Going to go hit the hay, so to speak, and we'll revisit everything next week, and we'll see how the schedule shakes down. But either back Monday or Wednesday, be sure to subscribe, please, to the YouTube channel if you're watching there. Follow on Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, on X. That is Tyson McCallum. It is Recruit Radar PNW on X. And then Matthew King, it's Matt_King, working for the Eli Sports Network. So I appreciate you guys coming on as always. Matt, open invitation. Tyson, I suppose we'll let you come back on as well. So,
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Sounds good.
You guys all have a good evening. Thank you, everybody, for watching, and we will see you next time.